Okay, so what we were working on yesterday is basically how we do roadway design with our road processing command. We can either do that with process road design that we were working on yesterday, sort of the one for a single alignment. And let's go ahead and cap off that discussion now with a look at RoadNet, which is sort of Carlson's flagship product. Everybody can see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so,
Yeah.
all right, wonderful. Now, let me come in here and I'm gonna freeze off some of these layers. Sidewalk, that's good at that. Their ditch. Okay. So go ahead and let's pick back up with our file that we were working with yesterday. And let's see, we'll go with one other thing I wanted to point out here. Let's see, I've got a perimeter layer right here. When you do road design and you wind up with these generated 3D lines, first of all, the contours are potentially also generated. Oh, I got to get rid of these. These are from the last time where we did the points, and now I took out the sag curve, so there's no longer a low spot along the road, other than down at the end when it comes down, but there's no kind of puddle spot in the road anymore. But you saw how it would generate the points. In fact, I think if we let's list our points, I think they should be still, nope, we started it new without the points. So in any case, you saw yesterday how when we had a low spot that we told it to output those points, and those would be points that we would use to place an inlet as an example. And so we decided to output only the low spots in the profile. We chose the part of the cross section, which was that face of curb spot. So, and there's any number of ways that you can output coordinates. You could say only output the lines, say, of the sidewalk alignment, and you can wind up with those points. So, or the ditch. So any of that kind of stuff, the center line. So you can have that generate those points for you for stakeout or what have you, as part of that process. So now, in that, when we look at this command that we looked at, process road design, you see where you loaded up a list of files with these buttons in the left-hand column, and then you had access to them with the edit buttons on the right. Okay, with the exception of these other optional kind of files, output files. And here we output a couple of sections, the existing and the design section files. And then once we have those, we can go to the section menu and view those, edit those, sort of step our way through it. Okay. So, and all of that, all that this thing does is basically gives us access to these commands. Here's centerline, where we make a centerline or we do a centerline editor. Same thing with the profile. We do the row profile editor. And then we do under rows, we have this design template, as well as all the other template variants, like a template series and all those different things. And all of those edit commands for those particular files are contained in that one tool of process road design. So now let's look at the next level up, which is this road network. So I'm going to go pull down my roads menu, and down toward the bottom, I'm going to choose my road network. And I'm going to make a new one, and we'll just call it Main Street, being the clever little engineer that I am. And up pops this little control box here on the left. Now this is floatable, dockable, whatever. So it usually comes up docked. So I think I'll just keep it docked as its normal practice. But you can put it wherever you'd like. Let me see. Yeah, I want to make it big enough to where I can see all of the options, all of the icons. There we go. All right, so this is sort of like RoadNet. You can think of it as, not RoadNet, but it's sort of like the road tool that we were just been looking at, but it's sort of a level of complexity higher. It's like process road design on steroids. So we've got a bunch of things contained here in these buttons where we can add a component. We can clear everything about the network. Up here's the main title called Main Street.rdn. You got this button to edit. You can then subtract or remove a component from it. And when I say component, it's these things down here in this window. There are roads, there are sidewalk crossings, there's cul-de-sacs, there's grading objects under which there is curb cuts. Now, these three things, sidewalk crossings, grading objects, and curb cuts, those are new in 2025, I believe. Though you all may or may not have them in your list. We're actually not going to go into that minutia at this point, so we can get cracking on the grading stuff as well. Then, of course, there's a reset that clears a bunch of things you may have said. You've got your settings icon. There's a button to make a new one. There's a help system, help access, and then here's the button that means to process it. And then you can clear everything that the process has done. You can erase, and it will erase all of these contours and 3D lines, everything that you may or may not have created with this tool. Run your reports. That's just like you saw the report come out of the end of our processing yesterday. And you can draw when you go to draw these individual items. It's going to say, you would be selected on a road, and you would choose draw, and you could generate those probably profile and cross section components out of that. Of course, save as, load, where you can basically open an existing one of these networks, maybe under a different name, and then finally the exit button. Now down here, again, like I said, are the several categories. The categories that we have um, of items that we can add. And so you would just simply hit the add button and it says existing surface not set. Please specify a surface file. Okay, so we have a little bit of setup to do first, and it's stepping us through that as part of our process. So we're going to look at this phase 6 original ground as our surface it wants to use because it noticed that we're doing a road design, we have to have a surface. Now, unlike that command yesterday, which will allow you to not have a surface file, RoadNet actually won't run unless you do have a surface file. Now, once you've declared a surface file, and it could be a dummy file, it could be, you've just created a little simple, 3-point triangle that encompasses your site and called that your surface. And then you can turn off the processing that seeks that surface if you want. But it does require you to have that existing surface file available. And so now it knows since I'm adding a road, how do I want to add it? And again, just like we did polyline to centerline file yesterday, we could choose a polyline that's drawn in our drawing, and that would be, um, essentially the same process. It turns it into a centerline. We then can go through the edits and all that kind of stuff, just like we did on the other alignment. So we already have our centerline file, so I'm going to choose that item, and I'm going to choose our Main Street centerline. I choose open, and now this pops up, and this is very much akin to that list of files and the edit buttons on the side. You got a few more controls and things like that. So this is now broken down into the required input files and the optional input files, and then at the bottom, the optional output files, things like these existing sections, for instance. And there's Main Street EX, Main Street EX, Main Street FN for final. We had whatever we had ours set to yesterday. So this could be a different name. We'll just leave these by default because once I have created this thing called Main Street here, it has all these files associated with Main Street that we're setting up. So it looks for Main Street Centerline and Main Street Design Profile. And now we have a design template or series. So I'm going to click that button. I'm going to get our 2-lane 12-foot curbs. There it is. Here's our, let's see, take a look at the profile. And oh, wow. What happened to my profile? I guess when I moved it around yesterday, I may have, I don't know. It may have reset those because I was in that generic editor at one point. So I may have accidentally set that. So if I set that as 100, right, that one I'm going to remove. Now, we've got a few set here. Let me just do a quick drag edit on some of these. I'm going to put him there. And I'm going to put this guy uh, here. And then this guy. put in here. And I'm going to make that one a larger curve. There we go. Let's make all right, I think that'll work. So we'll save and exit. So just like we did, we had access to these edit buttons. Here's the center line itself. There's our center line editor that we looked at yesterday. Okay, so, and our design template, we edit that, it puts us into that template builder that we worked on as well. In fact, let's do this. If I say right side same as left, and I'm going to take these ditch components out of my cut slope, and I'm going to take the benching out of the fill slope. So we just got standard 3-to-1 benches. And now notice I took out all that side. When I said same as right side, same as left, it was this right side where I had this sidewalk coming down our main road. Because I'm going to make a new template of a different type of road, I'm going to remove certain things on that road, which was what I've done here, is basically took that out. By checking now that the right side is same as left, it just looked at the things on the left and mirrored them on the right. So that's why we no longer see those sidewalk areas. We're just down to those, the cut and fill after the buffer. See, there's that buffer strip right there. All right, so I'm going to, now that I've made that change, I'm going to save as, and I'm going to call this one 2-lane, no curbs. Okay. And now that we've saved that, we can exit that. So, but we're still now going to use for our main road here, and you see how it's thickened, and I can see it. I can tell which road I'm looking at. That's my main street. Main street still looks at, I'm going to switch now back to this 2-lane, 12-foot with curbs. So that's going to be the section we use on that. We're going to design another intersecting road here in a minute, and we're going to use the smaller template on it, the one without the sidewalk. Oh, I called it no curbs, which, let me see, okay, there, let me see what, I'm going to rename that. I'll load that up and just do a save as. And instead of no curbs, I should call this no. So, no S-walk, no sidewalk. Okay. So now I'll use that one. It's not no curbs. It still has curbs, but it doesn't have the sidewalk. All right. So now we've got the bare bones basics of our design here for it. And we could use, we can save this setup and just leave that to process that single design, as just like we did yesterday with the process road design. But, and this, even though it's intended for a network of multiple roads, it can be done with just a single design. But we've got some additional things that we can control here. So let's take a look at the settings and see what it is that we're going to be setting up. Now, these are the things that are in that first dialog box once you hit the OK from the other command. So here's some process options, output options, report options, display options, and then your defaults. Now, these defaults control certain aspects of behavior. And again, because they're just defaults, you can always override them at a later date, once you're processing a specific road. But these will supply these values initially as you're doing your work. So we've got here in this upper box things that are dealing with transitions. And these are transitions both in plan, the horizontal component, as well as the profile and these centerline intersection, vertical curve lengths and such, and PVI distance. So what these are is this. It's talking about a transition, and that is a transition occurs when RoadNet processes an intersection. And that intersection is going to be either a four-way intersection where something crosses and continues on the other side, or it's a T intersection where it runs up to it and stops. Okay. And I don't mean necessarily 90 degrees. It can be off at an angle and it's still considered a T intersection because it's not crossing. Okay. So keep this in mind when you're thinking about setting these. Let's just imagine there's a road that's going to cross our main street here. And when it talks about now the intersection radius, that's the radius of the edge of pavement, or the first, which is usually the first point past the center line. When in our case, it's going to be the edge of pavement that needs to transition from running along the side of our main road. When we hit the intersection, it's got to turn and follow around a curve to become the edge of the other road. And so that other road's template, by the way, then, as you can think about that, needs to contain the point that has the same name as the point in our template. So in other words, if I've called our point EOP, and I'm using the template on the other road, and I happen to call that point EP when I built the template, this won't work. It has to be the same name. They either both have to be EPs or EOPs or Edge Asphalt, whatever you want to name it, because it's looking for those points that have the common name to decide how to blend those across the intersection. But anyway, there's our default radius. I've got mine set to 40 feet. And the template ID that I'm using is that, in this case, EOP. It's reading that actually from my choice of my template. So right now it's a single road. And then for centerline intersections, you've got a vertical curve length, a PVI distance, and then what we call side intersections, which are vertical curve length. Here's what those mean. The centerline intersection. If I've got a center line that crosses my center line, let me go back. I'm sorry, one more time. I always forget I have this tool. There we go. So if I've got a road that crosses my main road, that's going to be my crossing center line. So the vertical curve length that it's talking about for this center line intersection is the approach profile of the intersecting road. It's going to come up here, and they're basically going to intersect at the crown point as one crosses the other. Okay, but as it gets to that crown point, it has to travel across the pavement of our main road here. So it's got to come up and approach it, and then it basically needs to use a vertical curve to change its approach into the same slope of going across that main crown, and then has a vertical curve at the intersection where it goes down the other slope, and back out the other side. And then it's got another small little vertical curve to transition you onto your main crossing, your main profile. And the other side as you leave the intersection. So that center line intersection vertical curve length, that's the actual length from the start and end of the vertical curves of those approach curves. And we'll show you this once we get an intersection set. And then the PVI distance is the distance from the intersecting crown points back down the side street to where the PVI is going to be placed. Sort of the offset from the main alignment as to where that transitional vertical curve is going to be placed. And then it's going to have a place. Once it's positioned there, it's going to have a length of that amount that we specify. And then our side, our side intersection vertical curve lengths, those are the vertical curves that occur going around those like the edge of pavement as it transitions from one street to the other street going through the intersection. It does so around an arc up here that we set with 40 feet, but we're also saying, all right, go ahead and create a vertical curve within that of 20 feet. Now, you can make that vertical curve 0 if you want, so that it's linear. It's just a change in grade. But if you do it with the little vertical curve included in it, it smooths it out a lot nicer when you go to, and you can also use that to force a low spot in the intersection if you want to place your inlets in those curb returns. All right. Now, then the surface method is going to be either you hold the main crown, and that means when the side road comes up to cross this road, it has to, at some point of its crossing, get down to the edge of the pavement of the main road and then travel up that 2%, cross the center line and go down 2%. So the crown of the main road would be maintained. You can also do this as radial from the curb, or in this case, it could be from the edges of the pavement of the intersection, that you can basically, once you're in that common area of the intersection, which would include the starts of the transitions through the ends of the transitions, then it blends all that stuff in uh, as a radial slope generated from the curb line. So basically, it takes both crowns and flattens them out. It doesn't make them level necessarily, just flattens them out across a single planar location through the intersection. So we do typically simply hold the main crown for the main road. And then the transition method is across the intersection, and that is, I have to show you a picture of that. Let's see here, I'm doing my section. Let's see. Here's our defaults. Here we go. So this shows you the surface method when you are using these. There's a center line intersections, and there's our side intersection we just talked about. Um, there's a vertical curve length of the side. This is processing a road cut, a driveway intersection where it actually it drops down the top of that curb so that you can make that transition there. So it has all those controls. If I come back to this, here's the transition method. It says that this applies when a road has a varying width through an intersection. So in other words, if one road goes, a constant width, and the other road would normally be a constant width, but let's say we're intersecting a road and you've got one edge of one road might be widening out to put in an extra lane, for instance. So it's not parallel. So you've got a changing width across their intersection. So this option to process across the intersection looks at the main road from the start to the end from the transition through the intersection to the end of the transition. It finds the maximum offset between its center line and the edge of pavement. So in other words, because it's a varying width, that offset, the edge of pavement, is not a constant value. So it finds the maximum value, that's what it looks for, finds the maximum distance from the center line and the edge of pavement, and uses that distance to set the edge of pavement break line across the intersection. And that's this line right here. You see, as this road comes up and crosses to the other side, it's going to break across this line. In this case, it's not a varying width, so it's going to be right on that edge of pavement. Okay, so when we do this one as across the intersection, it looks for that maximum distance between the center line and uses that distance to set the edge of pavement on the secondary road. So if this line were to be sloped down here, it finds that distance away and sets that break line back here at wherever that farthest point is. Okay. So the midpoint option would find the pavement width at the intersection station. So whatever this widens out to, and maybe it goes out and comes back in, we don't know, but it goes to the center of the intersection, looks at the center line, and looks at whatever position the pavement is out on this at that particular station, and uses that distance to set the break line across from this road across our main road section. Okay, so that's just some of those options if you've got some of those specific conditions. So now we skipped one of the profile method. If you allow a single PVI, this would be in the case of you've got a side street intersection coming up, and the side street's coming up, it's going to hit the crown of the other main road and then go back down, or it could be coming down and go back up, whatever. It's coming in, it has to cross it and has to do a vertical intersection. If you say that you will allow a single PVI, then if there's a case where it can come in if the incoming grade of the side street matches the grade of the pavement that you're crossing, so in other words, a positive 2% grade, and then it goes out at a negative 2% grade down the other side, so now our grades actually match the crown grade, then it will only put the single PVI at the intersection of the center lines. Otherwise, you can have it always generate PVIs for those in and out grade adjustments, or you can say don't do any of it automatically and that you're going to put them in yourself specifically. So I'm going to leave it as allow a single, but if a single won't work, my incoming and outgoing grades are going to be different than that single, then it's going to automatically create those transition vertical curves for me. Okay. And then our transition method, of course, is going to be across the entire intersection or simply at the midpoint of our intersection, as to where it starts to model the I think it's where it's going to place that break line from one street to the other. And then the bottom section down here dealing with our cul-de-sacs is where, if we're doing a cul-de-sac, the center line direction. Now, this is not the direction of the center line of the alignment, but rather the center line of the edge of pavement around the cul-de-sac. So our edge of pavement is approaching on the end of this road and it hits the cul-de-sac, basically a circle. And it's basically saying clockwise or counterclockwise. So right to left means it's going to go, if you're looking down on it and the stations are increasing coming into the cul-de-sac, if you're looking down on it, right to left means it's going to then go to the right edge and draw the circle counterclockwise and come back out the other side. Left to right is just the opposite direction. Just a matter of preference how you do it, because all of these components, and it's specifically that first point past the grade point, past the center line, and it's usually the edge of pavement. So all of those things that are going to be changing are going to generate their own center lines and profiles. And that was the way we used to have to do intersection street design, is we had to modify each of those individual components. We had to create them, save them, edit them, and let them process things all together. RoadNet now has all of that stuff contained within its own awareness of those intersections. So if it finds an intersection, it creates all those files for you, and you can freely edit those at will and use that as part of the reprocessing, right? And then finally, you've got your cul-de-sac styles. There's a standard, which basically the pavement comes around, has little transition curves, or a teardrop style versus a straight style, which basically the edge of pavement comes up to where the cul-de-sac starts, and then it goes linearly. It drops back at an angle instead of going around a little transition curve to start the circle. So we'll come in here and then drop at an angle to get to the back edge of the circle, and then come back in at an angle for that back edge of the cul-de-sac. And then if you adjust the center line to offset teardrop setback, and that's how far you want to shift that center line to meet that teardrop setback. And also the vertical curve length now is, again, just like we have up here in these side street intersections, that's the of the transition of the pavement going around the intersection. This is the vertical curve length going around the cul-de-sac, okay? So that's set this up, and then you've got this road design parameters, and that's basically just a file that is in a particular, special format that you put together that holds things like, minimum sight distances, minimum road widths, minimum turning radius, design speeds, all those different types of things that this can check against as you are processing, okay? Now, our display options is probably the smallest one of our tabs here that has the simplest bit, is simply how you want this to behave when you select various things in our list. Right now, I've got that one street, and you remember when I was selected on it, it lit up thick. And that's because I had this set to thicken for my highlight. So it's going to make it look fat so I see which one I'm working on. And that's just temporary, okay? And you can also have it show the direction. So we'll put those little arrows on it to show you which direction the center line is progressing. Auto zoom, if you've got, let's say, a big subdivision, and you select a street down here, it will shift the design and center on that particular item. And then if you have an intersection or a cul-de-sac or a bridge or a curb cut, you can have it show it as a target, which means it just puts a circle and a big dot in the middle of it, or it puts a pointer. It'd be a little arrow pointing to it, or none if you wish, but I like the target. That's our default. Now our report options, again, setting some decimals and what you want to see. Basically just same as we saw yesterday in those report options for the road process. Now that leaves us two things here, processing and output. So if we look at that processing options first, right there is that existing surface button. So if you didn't have one declared, this was where you would find it. So if you first bring this in and go to your settings first, you can preload that. Otherwise, when you go to process it, it's looking for it and it won't find it. Okay. Same thing with a rock surface. If you have a separate surface as top of bedrock, you can use that so it can calculate the difference in excavations that you may need. Now we've got a station interval. Again, we're going to drop our template every 25 feet along the main alignment. But when we get to an intersection, once this road is intersecting, as soon as that transition starts to occur, we're going to tighten up that interval. We're going to make it every 5 feet instead of every 25 feet so that we can model the turns through those intersections of the edge of pavement. We can model them a lot closer than just every 25 feet across. And then same thing, if we're going across a bridge, we're going to have a 10-foot difference there. Special stations, if you choose that, these are things where if you want them to process, it puts a template drop at those particular stations. You don't need to do any of them, but if you want those just for a little tighter control, you can do that. So our centerline stations mean they're PCs, PTs, or if we're using spiral geometries, they're TS, SCs, CS, and then STs, points as we're going through the transition around the curve. Okay. Profile stations would be all of those PVI points. So every time that changes, it's going to drop a template down. So it's basically just letting you sort of become a little more granular at those points with your template drops. You're not having to interpolate what that cross section looks like at those points, that because it happens to be in between two template drops, it's going to actually put one at these points. Okay, so it's probably a nice thing to have those turned on. I'm not going to use any super elevations, so that's going to be there. Okay. Now, the existing cross section maximum offset, and we already saw yesterday that we needed something a little higher there. So that's the same thing. If you get those warning messages in your first couple of processes, see what it tells you distance-wise and change that up. And you can set your slope, excuse me, either perpendicular to the center line or to the slope direction. Now, there's a very nuanced difference here, but that is, we typically will do that in road design from the crown or center line to outward. That sets our cross slopes. And we use that -2% in a standard road design. Now, what this other option means to go in the slope direction, let's say we take that road, let's say over here in our picture, and you got to realize that road is not going to be just on level ground. It's not going to be flat. So let's assume right here as it crosses this high spot, it's going to come down at a downgrade. So now the slope perpendicular to the center line is still going to keep that 2% cross slope from the crown to the edges. If we said perpendicular to the slope direction, then it basically rotates your view of that road to keep you looking straight down on it in a normal direction, normal plane, but that plane is now inclined because it starts high and ends low. So your viewpoint is to make it normal to that alignment has to shift and look into the intersection now at a perpendicular perspective. So now the slope gets calculated along that line, which when you have that condition, instead of sloping perpendicular to the center line, if that center line is elevated up at one end, now your viewpoint of it then pulls back and looks at an angle into the screen. And now that calculation is perpendicular to that slope direction at that angle. So what it winds up doing is it changes the actual cross slope of the road, but maintains the percent. We said a 2% on that crown slope. So it's going to be 2%, but it becomes 2% perpendicular to that rate, to that inclined part of the road, instead of 2% perpendicular to the center line of the road. Because if you don't do it, let's say you're on a severe vertical difference in that alignment, 2% held at the crown is going to be shorter. It's going to be less than 2%. What if you incline one into that and then trying to figure out that slope that gets generated? And the reason they've got this option in here, and you'll see it throughout the different processing commands for grading and slopes and such, is because somebody somewhere, was doing a design and having to get approval by whatever local authority agency was doing the approvals, and they got dinged for being steeper than the maximum allowable slope or shallower than the minimum required slope, because some review engineer sat down and measured the distance between the contours and found that when something was on an inclined plane, and if you measured it perpendicular to the plan view projection of the center line, it would work out as whatever that number it was set to. Or once it's inclined, it steepens it up in the original plan view perspective. And so that allowed them to tie it to the slope direction instead of the center line or the edge or whatever you're grading, for instance. So it's just a little kind of a safety valve switch, but we're going to typically in road design almost always use that perpendicular to the center line. Now, I apologize. I know that explanation was rambling and sounded like really a bunch of mush, and it essentially is. It's hard to explain without having, without pictures and talking with my hands and stuff like that. But there's a very subtle distinction in between that, because the grades that it generates has to come from some origin to generate the grade, the side grades of those. And so it's just, if you'll think about it and think about how the slope winds up getting generated, think about an on-ramp to a highway, or just an approach of a road coming up, and has to go from one elevation up to another elevation. So it goes through a vertical curve and then starts climbing the hill at a vertical tangent. And so when it gets up to the other elevation, so if you looked at the contouring of the sides of that ramp, because contours always stay parallel to the ground, or to sea level rather, parallel to being flat. And the way we measure our slope is we essentially, put a scale down on the contour map and measure perpendicularly across the contour interval, and then use that to calculate that slope. So if we're always doing that perpendicular to the contour lines, that's called, perpendicular to the slope direction. But if we measure it perpendicular to, say, the edge of something or the center line of an alignment, for instance, then that you measure perpendicularly from, but the contours won't be perpendicular to that line. So their spacing will be tighter, and therefore your slope will, be steeper. So that's what it's there, is to avoid those minimum or maximum slope violations in your design. So you'll always see those options, all right? Now, this little item here, I think, is new in 2025, probably. This display the run process on network change. Um, that's just a prompt that said if you've made changes to your settings here, you need to run the process command. That's just a little flag that's gonna come up and say, all right, display run process. You have to run process if you've made your changes. Otherwise, it will just leave it up to you to decide you need to reprocess it. So these system arc reduction settings, again, in your settings dialog, we looked at very quickly at the start yesterday, is that reducing those horizontal arc amounts when they become three-dimensional, we have to replace those arcs with a series of those segments. So we're telling it to go ahead and use what we have set as the methodology for reducing those arcs. If not, it uses whatever it uses, whichever one it uses, but you can tell it to override it and use your preference. So I don't know what it is that it does use, but um, this lets you change it. Now, this next one right here, tied to existing, if that's unchecked, this existing surface up here and those cut and fill slopes won't generate. It will only, it's what they call backbone only processing. It only goes down the alignment and goes out to the farthest point of the template and stops. So sometimes we do that. Okay. And then process the intersection means to do the very same thing as we have a road that crosses. If we want to generate all of this, uh, the tie slopes out to our existing ground, for instance, as we go through the intersections, that's basically going to treat that transitioning edge of pavement as a break line and process that through. If we uncheck that, it will go up to that edge of where the intersection starts, and then it will stop processing the tie down to or up to the existing ground until you get back on the main or on the side road where the edge of pavement is fully onto the edge of that road as if there's no intersection. Then it restarts that processing to tie out to the existing grade. The reason that's there is that sometimes you can get, if you're in a really tight um, intersection, you got tight radii as those edges are coming around, and you've got a lot of vertical change in that existing surface. It can sometimes get what they call these folded over or pleats in the tie slopes from that edge of pavement. If you get a situation like that, you can uncheck that and tell it to don't process that, and then you can go in here and manually do that grading adjustment in there as we worked along. All right. And then connecting the roads is basically as you, um, let's see, connecting roads. These are our settings. Edit road, edit. Profile. Second here. Add. All right, there's the ads. So these process options is what I'm looking for here. Existing section. Connect roads. So that right here. Connect roads. This option applies to the 3D polylines and break lines that are created when it processes the network. If it's enabled, the 3D polylines for different roads will be combined around and through the intersection. If it's not enabled, they'll be drawn for each road separately. So what that means is, as it's creating all those 3D lines for this edges and the ditches and all that kind of stuff, when it um, encounters an intersection, remember, it's got to do the ones for this road normally. It would do the ones for the intersecting road normally, but as you go through that cross, it has to tie those around to the other ones. And it just basically says, when you do that, go ahead and combine those into a single 3D line for, through that transition point as well. Otherwise, they're still connected visually and they're at the same location, but the one for the one road stops midway through the transition. The one for the other road stops midway through the transition, and they're kept separately, okay, in case you just want to do something with them separately. All right, so that is our basic setup there. And then finally, the output options, and this is where it gets really fun, is much like we've done before, you can triangulate and contour. That's what generated or contours out here. And so we'll go ahead and say to do that, and then we choose a setup button, and right now it says none. So we're going to choose setup and supply the answers to this, which are the same ones that you'll see in the regular triangulate and contour controls, except it's missing the selection tab. And it's got a few differences, but it's got triangulate and contour and labels. So again, I'm going to draw my contours. I'm going to set my layers. Again, it's going to be on C road, CONT-INT. Yeah, and then C-road-CONT-IDX, I think is what I used. Yeah. I'll make sure that's in here. Mine might be minor. So if I had C-road-CONT, yes, IDX and INT. So there they are. They'll come up that same color. Now, I'm going to set my contour interval again. In this case, 5 because of our existing mapping here as well. So that changes this to 25. And everything looks good here. No smoothing. I'm not going to do any labels. So that'll take care of labeling. But now what do we do on our translate business? Again, we're going to choose a file. So I'm going to select this one, call this not just Main Street at this point, but I'm going to call, because it will do all the roads together. I'm going to call this road net call it road net SURF, RD net space SURF. So my road net surface. And that's now going to create that file. Now, what happens if you don't do this, write the triangulation file? How would you generate the surface of the road? Let's say you did this just to process around and try a few things, and then you decided not to create that surface file. How would you later, after the fact, then go back and make a surface out of that road? And what you would do, I'm going to go ahead and save my settings here a minute. So what you would do is, just like you do any other surface calculation, you would use this line that got generated, that's the perimeter of the disturbed area, use that as a bounding polyline. That's your interior boundary, your interior, or the inclusion boundary for your surface methodology. And then you would select all of these 3D polylines that got generated, and all of the triangles then are going to form between them, you see. And so you would just select all of this stuff and just do your own manual triangulation and contouring. I would suggest whenever you do that, that if you ever do that, that you do not include the contours, because what it's going to do is it's going to look at everywhere these contours cross these 3D lines like this. That's going to create a condition called a crossing break line. And if those points are not absolutely exactly the same elevation, and they normally are, but if they're not, that's going to generate an error in your surface modeling because it doesn't know which point to use. Now, what causes things to get that way is if in your contour command, where you draw the contours, for instance, one of the switches is to turn your contour smoothing on. And what smoothing does is it takes this contour here is exactly at the right elevations as it crosses that line, it figures out where this elevation is on these lines and connects those things across. When you turn contour smoothing on, it looks at these little sharp angular points and it smooths them out with a little curve. So basically puts a little curve in there, which if you visualize this coming up here and following, a filleted curve between these two legs, then it says this elevation is actually back here where that resulting arc in between there would be. And that's where you're going to get those differing elevations, and that would generate crossing break line errors. So if you ever have to go back and build a surface from your road processing, turn off the contours or erase them and generate them later, but use that perimeter that got created as your inclusion boundary polyline, and then take all of the 3D polyline edges that it has created and use them for, and you see there's one in the center. You've got all of these, but do not use the contours. You're basically going to use that and that as the inclusion, and you'll make a surface out of that. But that's what RoadNet's doing for you anyway, is it's generating all that stuff. It's doing all that stuff in the background, so you don't have to worry about it. And that is done with the settings under the output options, triangulate and contour, where we did that setup where we told it here to triangulate and contour. We told it to save and there's our no smoothing right there in the bottom next to that picture. But we've told it now the file name. Now, you can, just like we did in the road processing single alignment, you can tell it to go ahead and merge with the existing ground. And I usually, when I'm doing my first couple of passes, I don't generally do that until, I'm happy with everything and do it at the end. It doesn't matter. You can do it and keep changing it all the time. It doesn't matter at all. Or you can do it through that triangulation file utilities where we did the surface merge. Okay. So we'll leave it off for now. And then what do you want to draw? The road or the entire merged surface. And that next part of this surface to draw, let's look at this set colors and layers. And this was what I was talking about yesterday, that you didn't have in that single processing, but RoadNet gives you. And this lets you choose a color of the surface that it creates, either by cut and fill depths, by layer name, or by the grade ID. And so these grade IDs are going to be the definitions of what are in your design template. So I've got EP, CRB, BUF as my buffer, as my sidewalk, There's my edge where it goes to the cut and fill. And then I've got those ditch points across that bottom cut, and then any kind of other things, and points that lie outside of that main template definition. So for EP, I'm gonna, you just hit the select button, you can choose your color. So that's gonna look like a little pavement there. My curbs are gonna be, well, that particular color, which is what, 133, sort of a flattened out light blue. My buffer zone is going to be that greenish looking color. My sidewalks, well, let's see, let's just make them yellow instead. And then over to the edge, I'm going to use the same as this buffer, which was 95. So my edge, I'll make 95. And let's set our ditches also at 95, just to keep it from being too visually shocking. Yeah, that'll be fine. Outside and others, and use the grade name for a suffix or not. You've got the ability to attach a materials library to these where you can have it used, like on these cut and fill banks. It can be grass, it can be rock, whatever it might want to be, just for presentation purposes. All right, so I've got now a few colors here set. We'll save. It's now saved to a material library. That we can use at any point, again, on other roads. All right, so now then again, your output top or subgrades, and we're going to draw the 3D polylines, yes or no. You can draw 2D polylines. Now this is where, if you, let's say you're going to draw these 3D polylines like you're always, generating here, and you would normally then have to go back and um, erase or freeze those layers if you didn't want them to show in your final drawing. But let's say, remember, you've got a two-dimensional center line that has arcs, but it creates these 3Ds as a series of connected chords. So if I were going to try to dimension that in my mapping, it can't find a radius for that because it's not truly a curve. So you need the 2D that has that curve. So if you need that situation, or you want to do like the back of sidewalk and show what that radius is, or the back of the curb or whatever, then you would also want to come over here in your settings and tell it to draw the 2D template polylines, and it puts a little suffix on the layer name of 2D, so you could then, know which layers to freeze, which ones to leave open, and you can go in there and show those as 2D lines as well. Now, I normally do that when I'm processing things for myself, so I have that geometry to be able to dimension. Okay. Any right-of-way polylines, any of the subgrades? Let's see, what else we have? The template slopes, you can show which direction, things are going for, like across the buffer, which comes back down toward the street. The backside buffer comes down toward the cutter fill. So it can put little arrows and stuff on there for you if you'd like. All of these different ones, when you're looking at these draw cross-section polylines, that's as you are hitting that 25-foot drop, it's going to just draw a little cross perpendicular line there to show you the sample lines of that end section processing. Draw a hatch, for instance, and that makes this setup button come up, and you can then add that you want to go from the center, let's say. So you'd pick that, pick your point as the center point. So you go from the center to the edge of pavement, for instance, and then you could specify a hatch pattern that would go in there and fill in those different components. So if you wanted your sidewalk to be shaded in solid, that could be a hatch that you want to go from the buffer to the sidewalk with a particular pattern type, um, as opposed to just looking at individual layer names, etc. Okay. So let's see, there's my disturbed layer. There's my draw hatch. I'm not going to actually hatch those areas there, but you see all the different options that you can output. Now, then down below here, you can set the layers. You see what they're going to be, the C row polylines with the dash, and then all of these other suffixes get attached based on the grade point names. So a lot of control here if you want to put them all on the same layer so you can manage it easier, or give them different names so you can manage them individually. Set your slopes, output file settings. Again, there's my suffixes. There's that -ex for the existing section file name, FN for final as my final section suffix. Okay, now I've got default intersection profile. These are profile files through these intersections, and those are the profiles going around the edge of pavements that are making that transition. It's just going to put a PRO on the file name. So it's going to say Main Street INT, and it names it like back left, back right, front left, front right, as it encounters the intersection. Right. And then it puts a -PRO from it. Same thing with cul-de-sacs, puts those little suffixes there. And the defaults are pretty well preset for you, I believe. Okay. So now right in here is another bit of processing that we have available that we don't have. Here's our output coordinates that we saw yesterday. So if I look at that, choose my coordinate file, which was my roadway 01. There's those 2 points that we had, curb 2, curb right 2, from our cross-section template. Both sides, no offsets. There's our layer. Draw them yes or no, draw the points, and which sections to output, or which stations to output. I'm doing the profile low stations. Now, again, I won't have any in this row because there's no dips in it now that I've made my changes to my curves. But again, that would be what I would typically do. Now, this output EOP profiles, if you do that, that's where it does this, where it generates those profile files and saves them as editable profiles. Now, even if you don't save the files, it still uses the profile information in memory when it's processing. It just discards it, doesn't hog up your stuff on here. So I'm going to not actually create those. But now these two right here, elevate pads and elevate lots. Think of this road network as running through a subdivision. So I now have a bunch of lots in my subdivision. And within those lots, I may have building pads where I'm going to put my houses on each of those. And what this is going to allow us to do, now we don't have time in this class, unless we want to make it a week-long class, to go through some examples with this stuff, but I'm going to turn these on and show you. If I elevate my lots, what that does, and I'm going to choose setup, and I'm going to say, I can define a grading rules file. I don't have a file, but I'm going to reference the template ID that I want to use. Now, usually it is the template of the farthest out point in your design template, in which case it would be, if I had a symmetric template right now, I don't, but I would have a buffer or that edge, depending on which one I wanted to use to process with. And it's going to look at that as a line that runs along the road. So just assume we're using the the edge of pavement out here, not the end of the tie slope, but the edge of pavement. And you would normally, when you're elevating lots and pads, you would normally not tie to existing. You would simply let it generate all these backbone errors or the backbone edges. And then you tell it which of those edges that you want to use. So we're going to say in this case, it would be our, let's say the buffer. And you give a layer name for the 2D lot lines. Okay, so that are the lines where you've got the two-dimensional lots drawn or the lines drawn. And then you want it to elevate those lines and put those on a separate layer, possibly. And then you want to give the front to the reference maximum offset and the back to the reference maximum offset. That's the distance of, say, the frontage line of the parcel, the distance that you want to use from the front to the reference, and that reference being that buffer, whatever that point is, out to, a property line. If it's outside of whatever this number is, it's not going to process that one. So that's how it handles going around intersections as to which, it's basically which street is the house closest to that gets elevated by this result. And so what then happens, same thing if it's the lot line's too far away, it doesn't go back that far. So what happens then, I don't have the grading rules. Let's say rules. So what this grading rules does is you're going to set up a condition for cut and fill, and you're going to tell it use percent ratio vertical difference, and then you're going to say what if I'm in cut, what's my normal slope? What slope do I want it to be from that reference line, in this case the buffer, the outermost edge, to my start of my property line? I want to set that at a particular slope. And that would be 2% is my desired. And here I've got a minimum slope of 1, a maximum slope of 10. And then I set up a series of little distances here. So, and again, remember, we're grading the lines that are typically perpendicular to the roadway. So it's going to, whatever elevation that buffer line is as it goes past these lines, it's going to reach out and grab those lines and start laying in these slopes. So it's going to grade, again, all of the lines based on this grade table. And I'm going to come out of that. We're not going to, like I said, we don't have time to do all that. But it's going to actually reach out and grade all of those things, and it will grade the entire subdivision as, based on the lines. And so when the streets change, if the profiles change on the roads, it's going to go back and regenerate the new 3% or the new 3%, the new percentages on those lot lines to set, to create those as 3D lines so you can actually have the entire subdivision graded from this. Likewise with pads, you've got a similar setup where again, we'll go through all of that, but it's where you're going to tell it any kind of polylines on this particular layer where you've got your building pads drawn, it's going to look at those and it's going to set their elevation, and it sets the elevation based on the elevation of the reference of the road as it's passing by in front of that drawn building pad. So, and it can either do it, typically we have it set to find the midpoint of the parcel that it's on and set it to the elevation of the road at that midpoint, would set the finished floor or the pad elevation for that as it goes past that particular property. So there's a lot of really good control over this. It's going to really help you do a design, for a lot of things all at once, and then it's conveniently tied to the road. So if those road elevations change, the rest of these things are going to follow along with it. Okay, so follow that line of thought, and then that's about all we need at this stage. We'll say, okay, now I have simply this one street, um, called Main Street. That was our single center line, our single one. Again, we can leave it at that. I'm going to save these settings, and now I'm going to hit the process button over here, and you're going to see this very same thing happen that happened yesterday. So it now created all of my 3D lines, it created my contour lines, and it created a surface. But let's look at the different, oh, you know what happened? It did not erase the line work from yesterday's stuff, and I changed the curve so it's duplicated. So I need to clear that out first. I'm going to go to this erase by layer, and I'm going to select, I'm just going to do a crossing. So be careful not to grab my existing contours there. So I'm going to get those, all of these, which are all 3D. I'm going to just touch the center line. So I'm going to get the 3D one, which is right there on the P lines. Touch it again, and also get the road brake lines layer. And that should be it. Let's see if that clears it. Oops, I got a few more. Let's see, erase by layer and clear our list, select from the screen. Each of these are on its on its own. (2D) and fill one. Okay, so I need them both. Just do a quick crossing. So I grab them both. And up here. Oops. Don't do a crossing. Let's just grab that and get the I'll leave that alone. And that, now that should do it. Okay, there we go. So now let's process. And again, you'll see the same thing happen that happened yesterday. And it also generated the surface, but let's take a look at that surface real quick. I'm going to go to View, 3D View, Surface File Viewer, and I'm going to find that RoadNet Surf, choose Open, and look at the difference. See those colors that we assigned? We had, the pavement is that gray, the curbs was that sort of muted blue. We made yellow sidewalks. We had these other for the benchings on the fill slopes. So it really sort of helps you change our light position. So that sort of helps you visualize, the various components of that road design. Okay. And then also, if you were to bring in the existing ground underneath it, you could look at this as it lays into the existing surface. You can do the same type of thing. Okay, so let's make an intersecting road real quick and see how these intersections happen. And then we're going to shift our focus away to grading, and we'll grade some stuff on the site as well after we talk about that. So I want you to go to here. Let's see, go ahead and save your RoadNet, and you can even exit that panel. Now we're done with RoadNet just for the moment. We're not going to do away with it entirely. But here's what I want you to do now. We're going to go out here and I'm going to select, let's see, I've got this C road P lines center 2D, C road P lines center. All right, so I only want this yellow layer that I want to select, and that will be the layer I want to make my current layer. So I'm going to use this command on the toolbar right here called Make Object Layer Current, or MOLC, or you can simply choose, and you can type that command, and AutoCAD will work the same way, MOLC. So when I run that command, it wants me to set the entity to set the current layer. So I'm going to click, and I'm going to choose that C Road CTLN. So I'm sitting now on that as my current layer. You see over here, it's the same thing. You could have done it by pulling that down if you knew the layer name or what have you. So now what I want to do is draw a crossing alignment. Just freehand draw it. I'm going to go to the draw menu, draw a 2D polyline by my current drawing properties, say okay. And I'm going to come over here and I'm going to just click in this spot right over here. And I'm going to come down, say, at this angle. And then I'm going to cross, and it doesn't even have to be exactly perpendicular, but I will make it perpendicular. So I'm just going to say Shift, right click, perpendicular. I'll go perpendicular to that center line. Okay. And then I'll stop. But now that I've done that, I want this to actually cross all the way across the road instead of a T intersection. So I'm going to select that. And because I have my snapping on, if I want to stretch this polyline, you see how that the rubber banding shows you where it's going to go, but I'm going to hover over it and get in that endpoint of there, right there. And you see those little dashed green lines? That's my projection out. So that's going to keep me on that same original alignment if I stay, um, if I stay there. So that's now I know that that crosses at a right. Alternately, you could do something like extend or trim. So I'm going to say maybe select this as my target and extend. I'll extend that one out to there. So any way that you want to do that is fine. So now I've got a polyline that crosses my my main road. I'm going to turn that into a side street. Okay, we'll call this one Elm Street maybe. So we could do the same thing we did yesterday. We could go to centerline, polyline to centerline file and create that and all that. But let's just let RoadNet do all this for us. So let's go back to the roads menu and choose road network. And it says, unable to find the data file grade rules. That's left over from those settings. I need to go back to my settings, output options, elevate pads, setup. See, it's looking for that there. If I select, clear that, just clear that out. It should have that, unchecking that should have kept that warning from popping up. But anyway, benign warning. All right. So now we're here. I've got my main street in. Let's add Elm Street. So how do I do that? Well, we just hit the add button over here in our panel, and we're going to add, it asks us, do you want to add a road or a cul-de-sac? Let's add a road. And the road will be, select the road by centerline file. Had I already done it? Yes, but I haven't. Let's choose a screen pick polyline. So we'll pick that road. And it says no centerline files associated with that polyline. Do you want to assign it or pick another polyline? So let's assign it, and we'll call this one now Elm Street. And again, just like we typically do in our normal process, we've got these files now that are going to pop up. It's going to use an Elm Street centerline. It's going to suggest we use a design profile called Elm Street. We haven't edited it yet. There's the template that's already in use on the other one, but we're going to switch that. I'm going to choose design template, and I'm going to switch the one with no sidewalks. Okay, so that's a different template from the other one. But remember, it has that same common point of my EP, my edge of pavement. All of these other optional inputs, I don't have any of those yet. Any output files, again, there's my sections that it's going to, and existing profile, existing section, final section that it's going to generate and keep track of for me. I'm going to use the full range of stations. I can put in any gaps as I go across here. Again, we looked at that for like bridges and things where you want to turn off the side slope processing. Same thing on the benching. So that's all there. Now let's edit this center line. So let's put in a curve here. So I'm now looking at these. I'm going to get in the incoming tangent, and I want to come down below and say fit a curve. And let's put say a 50-foot radius curve and see what that looks like for us. That's a little too tiny. Let's come in here and make it, say 250 feet. Let's see if that works and see how, yeah, that's a little better. That would be quite a curve. Let's just tone it down. Now it's a good compromise of 200. So there we go. That's looking good. We'll save that and exit. Okay. Now, you see how it updated that alignment because my linking was turned on. So I now have a curve, and that's really all I need. I can say okay. And then if I process that, you would see it process these two roads together. And it uses, remember, we defined the center line, we defined the template. We didn't do anything with the profile yet because it would, it actually has already created a profile for us. And because the fact that it intersects, and if you look now, there's Main Street, there's Elm Street, and now I've got a new component over here as an intersection. If I select it, there's my little target that shows me where these two streets intersect because it automatically finds that intersection once those center lines cross each other. So now let's go back to Elm Street, and you can select it and choose the edit button with the pencil or just double click it. And you bring this up to all the controls for Elm Street. And this design profile, remember, it already created it, but let's look at the edit button and see what it is doing. Aha, here is where it's, how it has happened. It starts down here on the ground, comes up here, and then it has a vertical curve actually there of 0 length. So it's done that because it's heading up here. It generally takes off on the existing grade as much as it can. It's heading up here, but it knows it's going to cross something somewhere. And you see these two yellow lines? Look at our setup button. That is right here where it says show vertical lines for intersections. If I turn that off, that goes away. But I like to see them on to show me where they are. So that is the crown of that existing road called Main Street. Okay. And this is one of those vertical curves right here, that little 35-foot vertical curve. And you see it right there, and there's my vertical curve length of 35. That's that approach. So it's taking me from this grade through a 35-degree curve so that I can get into this upcoming 2%. I'm going to sit right here, and you look up there in the window, and it says my slope is, it's up here at the top. It says my slope is 2%. I go across the crown. Now, again, the crown has a PVI, or right here's the actual pavement has a PVI, and the crown has a PVI, then the pavement, and those are all of 0 lengths. And then now here's the other transition curve, but it has the same grades in and out, so it's basically flat. And then it goes on about its business. So that's why this happened right here, is it takes off on the existing grade. It knows it has to eventually cross this, so it's not coming straight across it. It's going up like this, and it gets to a point sort of midway to it, and it starts to head down. If it's going down, or if I were coming down, it'd be going up. It could be done the other direction, but it gets down, and now it has to come down, go through a transition, and now go up and over at those same slopes. And you could have, again, we've got this, there's a vertical curve right here at the edge of pavement, at the center line crown, at the other edge of pavement, and then the transition. So these three in the middle are what govern and what make it stick to this road. So if I were to go and pick up this Main Street alignment and change it vertically or horizontally, any particular place, this geometry right here will follow with it. And so you may have to go back and adjust the rest of this to make it, a smoother ride. So in fact, let's do that. Let's go ahead and put, say, a 200-foot vertical curve right there on that one. So we're going to come up, then we come down, and we'll come down here. I want to say put in a vertical curve down here at the bottom and up here. So I'm going to add one here. And let's just for now make those 50 feet. Let's see, 50 is 35. Yeah, let's make it, say, 75 feet. All right, and then I'm going to put another one right there. So I'm going to add, and I'm going to click right in there, say maybe a little above it. And we'll make that one also 75 feet. And there we go. Now I'm going to edit this one. I'll pull this one down a little bit. Now you see these transition vertical curves as we cross the center line. You see how they constantly update to match what it is I'm trying to do with this road. And I'll do the same thing with this one, sort of. So to get a good happy medium there. So as these things here change, and as this were to change here, let's pull this down a little. You see that vertical curve left of the intersection. See how it's adjusting itself? So there now, and that's an incoming grade there of 5.967%. So not too bad. And it comes down here and then it crosses the intersection. So I'm going to save this and exit. And that's really all I need. Let's just say, okay. And as you do that, it's now loaded. I'm going to save my settings, and I'm going to hit the process button now and let it process everything. So it's going to go through, clear out the old stuff, find the intersection, process the intersection. You may see some things already starting to happen over here. You would have seen these edges start to go around the corners, and there's my 40-foot intersection. I've got these little things here. You can see the contouring's a little harsh right in there. That would be where you can fix that a number of ways. I'm going to go ahead and now exit the network, and let's look at our surface, for instance, our RoadNet surface, and you can see it as it comes through here. And remember, this one doesn't have a sidewalk. So this sidewalk here gets, as the transition happens, it's pushing this pavement up. So it's sort of arbitrarily cutting off the sidewalk. Those are, it doesn't really do it discreetly at a specific chopping point. It just goes around to that corner. So there's a lot of geometry going in here. And again, you might have to come here and make a few little edits. But you see this business in here, and right in here, this existing ground gets left in that corner because I'm coming from a condition of this side here. I've got a ditch for this road. I don't have the ditch for that road. So all of this stuff is sort of really convoluted. It's trying to solve all of those individual constraints. So you can make some tweaks. You can turn off this processing in the settings so it doesn't process through that intersection. But here's what we have when we are working with this. You can also do a couple of other things. You can change the radii of these curves individually. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to exit, and let's take a look at this intersection now. So if I go back to RoadNet, roads, road network. Let me say clear. There we go. All right, so now I'm going to look at this. I've got Main Street, I've got Elm Street. Let's look at the intersection. Okay, so I'm going to double click that. So that brings up my intersection tools, and you can see what happens. So remember now, what we did was our surface method. We said hold the main crown. Okay, and then we did our right up in here we have their roads. We got Main Street, we got Elm Street. Okay, and this is where you choose which is the primary or the main road. So we've told it to use Main Street as their primary road. If we said this Elm Street was the primary road, then this road would get the transition verticals as it crossed it. Otherwise, it's the ones that cross it. All right. So there's our 35-foot profiles. These all came from those defaults, remember? And the template, the transition template, that's what starts to blend to the other side. Again, we chose the edge of pavement. You could make it the back of the sidewalk, and the pavement will stop and go and carry straight through. You know, there's all kinds of little things you can do with it. But this is where we've seen all this stuff before, but now it's applied those intersections. So when you get a situation like we saw over here where these corners might be a little too convoluted, we got a lot of what they call these taco or they call taco slopes or folded over slopes or pleated slopes, or some places you'll hear them called taco slopes because it's folded over one against the other, and it really needs to be a little smoother transition. So the way to sort of fix that is to make this radius larger so that it has more distance to get that grading accomplished in. So here's how you control those. Remember, we had the defaults. And look at these tabs now. So for a four-way intersection, I've got a front left, a front right, a back left, and a back right, and then other transitions. If I had a T intersection, I would not have the front left and I would have the front, let's see, it would be, this is my main road. If this road comes up and stops at a T, I'm going to get my front right and back, it's back right and front right. So look what happens if I look at these individual ones. You'll see how this naming convention works. Look at my front left. You see that's identifying that. Here's the main direction. This is the road. And I've got a profile with a vertical curve length of 20 feet, again, from my profile or from my defaults. So if I edit that profile, there's a profile editor of that, and it's just of the transition. So if I wanted to put a little low spot in that corner to put an inlet in, I could do that. I could come to like right in that mid spot in here, or maybe even just pull this down. You know, I could do something like this, or even add another one here. Let's give that a distance of 20. That'd be fine. And then let's, pull this guy down so it's like this. So now you can see I go from, you see where the intersecting vertical lines are? That's right where I connect. That's where my intersection starts. And look at the little marker over on the right-hand side of the screen. I come up through here, raise up to a high point. It comes down, goes through a little bit of a swale, right, or swag right in there. That would be where I would put my inlet. And then it comes up here and ties to side street as it goes back across. And you see it then abruptly goes downhill. Now, again, remember you're at an exaggerated vertical, but it hits that and then follows the slope of that from that point forward. Now, I'm not going to save this exit or save this edit. I'll come back into it and show it to you. There's the way it normally does it. It takes the slope of the incoming side and the slope of the outgoing side and lays those in, and then it puts in a curve in between of that specified distance, and it makes it all, follow all the rules. All right, so that's nice. But again, you have control over that. So here's the naming of that. There's my front left, my front right. So the front means as I'm traveling down, you see the arrow there. If I'm traveling down this direction, now I don't know that these arrows and targets actually show up on the earlier versions than this one. But there's my travel direction, is down where the arrow points. And so the front are the ones that I get to first. They're the ones that I meet first. So this is my front right. That's my front left. There's my back left and back right. And why are they not highlighting here? Front, all right. All right, so back left should be this one, and the back right should be this one. Huh, I don't know why. Maybe it's not. Huh, don't know. All right, so remember we had this folding stuff going on over here in these corners. So if I look at my front right, here you see this tie to existing. You could uncheck that for that one, for instance. And let's look at the back right, which should show up for this one. And this time, instead of undoing the tie to existing, let's make this a larger radius curve. Let's make that a, say an 85-foot curve. Okay. And simply say, okay. And now let's reprocess and see what happens. And you'll see this corner won't get any treatment. This you see is larger, as a larger radius. Okay, so that you see how it broke those lines there. Now let's look at that surface and see if we fixed some of that. And it looks like, yeah, see how right there, it instead of trying to force this into a merge with that where it pulled all that stuff up front, it just basically stopped this processing where the started here, and it stopped this processing. You see that's in a cut bank. It stopped it where the intersection transition starts, and then it just went out to that corner. So it didn't process that around the intersection. Same thing goes through here as it came across that with our widened radius. Again, you've got these little spots in here where you have to go through and basically make a hand adjustment on those components. But for the most part, that's going to be how that follows around. So I'm going to come back to that intersection processing, my front left. That really bothers me that that doesn't light up. All right, so front left, front right. That's where I did not tie to existing. And let's make that one also 85 feet. And we'll leave Let's bring that one up to 60. And we'll make that one 60. All right, we'll say okay. Save, process. It's already looking a little better. I think I missed that one. Back left. That's 60. It looks smaller. All right, and then so looking at that as the surface file. Yeah. So making those with wider radii, help to clean up some of those ties. All right. Now, with that as it is, I save this. Let's save our drawing. And again, to show you how this stuff works, if you just remember we had that polyline here, that was my drawn center line. I'm just going to pick it up and move it. So I'm going to choose move, and I'm just going to say, oh, let's take it from here. Let's just move it back this direction. I want to keep the perpendicularity across there. So now I'm going to move it to a different spot. Okay. So now if I were to find Elm Street, see it found the fact that it moved, or let's even do one further thing. Let's take not only that, where that is, but let's, let me see, that 2D. No, it's this one I want, sorry. And let's see if I can pull this down. I'm trying to change my curve direction here. Maybe better fix that. All right, so yeah, all right. So we've now we're in a different position. So if I look at that now look at my profile, you see what it's done is it's kept everything as best it can, and it pulled the intersection now down to a new location, so it's going to be different. So now to make this work a little better, I might, at this point want to pull this guy, more over to there. We got a lot of hillside here to get rid of. Although, again, remember, in a one-to-one situation, it's not that bad. All right, but that was my exaggeration. Let's just go to a 5-timer. So that takes me up and then back down to make the transition through my transition verticals. I'm going to come over here, and there's another little vertical curve right there. I'm going to say, try to see which one that one is, which is right. That one, let's see. There's that one. Then that one. That's the one I want to remove. So it just comes through here now, and I'm going to pull this guy down. I'm going to edit and pull him down to grade. Save, exit, okay, process. Okay. Let's see, intersection. Back right. It's in the back left. Let's untie tie all of those. And then process this. And let's add a cul-de-sac on the end of our main street. So if I choose add, let's add a cul-de-sac. And we're going to go put it on Main Street at the end. So I'll choose it there. My center line direction, that's the center of the actual pavement edge, not the center line. They really should have named that differently. Standard cul-de-sac as opposed to teardrop and straight. So cul-de-sac radius, this is the pavement radius, would be 60 because my right-of-way radius would typically be something like 80 something. The fillets, those are those little transition curves around are, I'm going to actually make mine 35. And I'll have no offset, so it's just going to be right straight on the end. Otherwise, it would be, up to the end and then over to the left or right in a particular offset. The template ID, again, there's my edit pavement, and you can edit the profile. If you had a design profile for that cul-de-sac pavement, output files a centerline output based on template ID, and you can set that up based on all of those that it's going to save. Say okay. I'm going to let it process now. And now you can see a cul-de-sac that got generated. Once it finishes here. Now we'll zoom in, and there's that 35-foot transition down here. Here's my cul-de-sac. If I double click that to edit that cul-de-sac definition. Oh, sorry, I gotta double click the actual name of it, not the title. All right, so again, you can change the definition of things here, but now we have a profile that we can edit. And you can see as I move this back and forth, there's my position, and there's the existing grade. And again, it's taking the incoming slope. Let me pull this back a little bit here so you can see. So that incoming slope, see the yellow on the left in the profile view, that's the edge of pavement coming into that place. Over here on the right-hand edge, you see that slope going out that way is the edge of pavement at that location. So this has pulled itself down to remain, fairly close to the existing ground down there. And so if that terrain had gone up, it would have seen that curve go up. So this is, as it is right now, right in there is our low spot, you see? And that would be where we would place our inlet and then, or do a curb cut and let it flow out and down this little fill path. Or you say, if you don't want to have, if you don't want this to come down and back up, and again, remember it's slight, but you could then just simply edit this and you bring this up and let's maybe widen that curve length. Let's make that say 175 feet. So that's now, nice and smooth, but it's raised up higher. So this cut bank will be a little different. So if I save and exit this edit and say, okay, and then reprocess, you'll see this change right here. So it's added a little bit more fill to get it raised up so it's not, doesn't dip quite so low. Okay. Again, taking a look at our resulting surface. There you can see it. So it comes around. It's that there's a slight low point right in there. As I raise it up, it's not as severe as it used to be, though. And now you can see what happens with the sidewalk. Remember, the sidewalk's only on the right-hand side of the road. So it comes up here and it hits the cul-de-sac. Well, then it processes that. It pushes this around until it finishes its transition right here. That's the last of the cul-de-sac. It starts here with a little radius, a fillet radius. Goes all the way around, goes to the fillet radius. And now at this point, it's just the radius of this edge. And that's when the sidewalk turns off. Okay, so if the intent is you don't want any sidewalk, or if you want sidewalk all the way around it, you would change your template, or you would, if you want the sidewalk to only end here at the midpoint, then you would actually, you wouldn't turn it off in the definition. You would, there's no real way to turn that off at a specific point here, but you would go ahead and let it generate this, and then just well, let's say manually edit this and take the sidewalk out, but there's nothing there that's really, quote, sidewalk. You can go back to those drawn edges and terminate those lines through there and take them out, and then process all of that stuff as a unit together. Now, look up here at this intersection where I turned off the tie to the existing. So that would be another case where you'd have to go in and manually create the lines through here and turn that into something that you would build a surface from. Okay, so that would be, that was this intersection. So let's just turn those processing back on so it does it for us. And then let's save process. So you can see a little bit of, like right in here, see how this perimeter line just sort of comes back and it sort of outlines itself. So there's been some processing in there. Some has been left alone. It's like those transitions made it pretty nice enough. Oops. Still have a bit of a mess in there, so you'd either adjust that or adjust the template, maybe not use a sidewalk on that, but those tied pretty nicely in there. This is just unfortunate. You've got, it's like this existing ground around here is like driving around on the moon. It's just, got some serious issues with it. But anyway, that gives you an idea of how, yeah, and see how this line, see, that's supposedly the boundary, and you see how it all gets all turned in on itself. So that would be an area to watch perhaps as you're doing this automatic grading. Maybe you would even, well, let's do We'll move this. I'm just going to move it from here, just slide it down, move it there. Go back to my Elm Street, look at its profile again, and adjust accordingly. Let's pull this guy up. Oops. Pull this guy up. And we'll reposition this guy sort of mid-level there. So now it goes up and crosses there. We could, let's say you could even do this one a little bit. If you try to take it up, we can, you see now you're going to get, you see the hinge point at the pavement now. So you could go back then at the pavement point and put in a transition, but we'll just leave that like so. Save, exit. Oh, that should clean up part of that mess. But again, you're not going to have the ability to just freely drag this stuff around and play with it necessarily, because there's a lot of reasons that you're going to have roads placed where the roads are going to be. So it's not going to be, if you've got an inconvenient intersection, that you can just slide the road down. Sometimes you can, but often, particularly those of us in the construction industry, the construction side of this world, is you've got to actually build what somebody else has already designed. So you're just going to have to create these things and let them get generated and run. So that looks pretty decent. I'll save that, exit that, verify with my one last trip to the looking glass, and that looks fairly stable. I could even do a merged file. I could have done it as part of RoadNet, or I could go back to Surface. Triangulation file utilities. Let's load up the phase 6 original ground. And let's go next. And let's now merge with our options set accordingly. And we're going to merge the RoadNet surface. And we'll see what that's. Turn our little shading on. And you see how it all gets built tight in. So you can see right in there that little hook around spot. You would probably do a little tweaking in that area. It would not be the way the contractor would usually build that. He'd probably knock that chunk out. All right, so, but there it is. And we can do a save as now. And I'm going to call this one my road EG merged again. It's just the old one. Hit OK. We'll exit. Now let's view the entire surface together. My road EG merged. And voila, there it is. Okay. All right, so let's say that let's put a bookmark in this, and we'll talk about grading for the rest of our efforts here. We're going to really get into looking at this. How do we do this terrain modeling when we're doing our layouts and our design? How do we set an edge for something and have it project into another surface? Or if we set the edge of say a parking lot or the edge of a building pad, and we want to be, say, 25 feet off that building pad and set our grading of that edge of that parking lot maybe could be referenced to the building pad at a certain distance away or a certain slope away from it. So there's all kinds of stuff that we can do with it. And there's a really nice tool called Design Pad Template. It also lets us edit it. That tool is also available in the survey module, but the edit function is not available to the survey module. Only the civil has that part where you can edit that design pad. And there's some really nice things that we can do with those edits. So we'll look at a couple of examples of that, and there's some nice things in the nice little examples in the book that are sort of spelled out here, starting with I guess right in here, let's see, a grading tool starting on page 66. And so it's talking about the same, it's our same site there, yeah. And then we got a building, this sits on a building pad, there's a parking lot, and it's gonna have, um, we're gonna tie in the building pad to the ground, tie in the parking lot to the ground, but there's also a building pad. So their edges are gonna merge, and then what do you do when this happens? So this building pad up here is actually a little bit in cut. The parking lot, though, corner is a little bit in fill to get up to that elevation because of this place being down. But really, when you construct this, you wouldn't construct the little strip in between here as coming from the pad, climbing up, 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 up to the crest, and then going down, 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 down. You just knock that off, knock off that raised hump. And so, how do you do that? Well, what you do is you connect these endpoints of these red lines, which indicate those cut lines. You just connect, one to the other, and then get rid of the gable part or the up and down part. And so you get all your 3D geometry edited. And see, some of the places like up in here is fine where those meet, but you get these little areas of overlap and things that cause some problems. So you just go in and just manually make those changes and then rerun the process here. So and once you make those changes, then you're going to rebuild that surface and come up with that as a triangulation surface. All right, so we'll take a look at some of those things, and then yeah, that basically will round our stuff out. Okay. Now, it being 11:15 here, and again, we're about 45 minutes late for our mid-morning break, and I'm sorry, I wanted to get through our topic, but let's go ahead and take our 15 minutes. We'll come back at 11:30, and then maybe we won't break for lunch until 12:30 or uh, somewhere there. And then when we come back, it'll give us a nice afternoon chunk to get busy. So we'll spend the hour maybe from 11:30 onward. Then we'll spend that next hour sort of setting the stage and learning about sort of reinforcing the skill sets to do this terrain modeling and learn the tools to make it easier so it's not so intimidating. Okay. Any questions for anything at this point? Everybody good? Okay. So I will pause our recording. Okay, so let's look at some grading tools next. Now, one of the things we want to do, if we want to keep working in this file, which would be fine, I think, let me see what else we have here. We've got in our project, I've got this grading design. See what this looks like. It's the same thing. Yeah, that's got everything placed in it. That's my 01. Let's look at, I'll tell you which one is the one that we're going to use. There's our 02 stage. But we're going to, these are some sort of intermittent files that are this process in evolution of itself. And that's my main street. We have some names that are going to conflict since we've done some different things around. Let me see here. If I open all right, so that shows that business. Go ahead and close that off. What I'm going to do is we're going to basically get rid of this side street here, because if you look at this right here, you see that little building outline. That's where we're going to be grading in our building, and we've got the road going right through it because we just arbitrarily placed that. So I want to just get these and let them line up with where those things are in these other drawings for you. So I'll go ahead and I'm not going to save that. And then let's open our, let's see, I think this grading design. And that has our alignment in it. If we open grading, design 1. Yeah, that's the one. All right, so let's open grade. Let me see. There's our parking lot. Do we have that as a separate? There's parking lot. Yeah, so we have that connected. All right, so let's do this. Let's open up grading design. Let's see if that's what we want. Nope. Sorry, let's open up grading design 01. Okay. We'll start with that one. And what we're going to be doing with this is seeing how we process and tie all these things in together, because we've we've done our road, and now we're going to use these grading tools, and we're going to set this building pad in and do all this stuff and set our parking lot accordingly based on some elevations from there on. So you should open your file and you should see something like this on the screen. Now, our centerline alignment, because if I double click that, notice it's going to load up this thing called Main Street CL, because that was tied to that. Now we've got a, exit that back and make sure that looks like the same split. That goes out to 15 plus 3597 starts with 2. So if I double click that my starting station, see this 1367.52? That's what we did yesterday with their different roads and such. So what I want to do with this now is I've got this stuff already set here. Things are in place, but we're going to get rid of everything and recreate it. Okay, so let's just go to the edit menu and choose erase, select. Okay, and select entities to delete. Let's delete all entities. So I'm going to type the word all, hit enter again, and now everything's gone from our drawing. And I want to set a coordinate file. So we're going to use let's see, what does it tell us where? Yeah, gradingdesign.crd will make a new file. So we'll go to points and we'll set coordinate file. And we'll call it grading design CRD. It's already there for you. You can use if you'd like, but there's nothing in it, so that's fine. We've set that to grading design. And we're in this file called grading design 01. We've erased everything out of it. So let's put in some things just for some visual reference. Remember our surface, our existing grade was at phase 6 original ground. So how do we draw that back? Well, it's a surface. So I'm going to go to my surface menu. I'm going to choose contour from. Now you would think, like these others, when you go to centerline, you're going to draw a centerline file. You go to surface, and there's a draw surface command down here. But this doesn't actually draw the contours. Now you can do this quick contours and set from our phase 6 original ground. Contour interval of 5. So there you see, it's just real quickly putting those in. If you zoom in, they go away. So it's just showing you some temporary graphics of where that is. So to draw the actual ones we want, instead of this draw surface, we're going to say contour from a tin file. So we'll go to surface, contour from 10 file. We'll now find our phase 6 original ground. And these should be set from the last things that we've done. Now the layers, they're going to look slightly different because we've got a different scale, a different, and so looking for inclusion parameters. I don't need one because it only will go out to where it's supposed to be. So there now is our existing grade surface with our contouring set up for a 5-foot contour interval. We've now drawn these polylines. I'm going to go into these and get rid of those little bridges. I'm going to use this command, edit polyline utilities, remove polyline segment. And I'm going to click on that one, and that gets rid of the one. And there's actually a double. So click it again, you get rid of both of those. I'll go over here and do the same thing here. These are just little artifacts. They're not, it's because that's the same elevation, this one as that one, and it tied them together in the processing. Now, if you notice, there's no boundary around this, but it only drew out to where our surface was defined. But we can recreate that boundary too if we wanted. So let's go to the surface menu. And now we go down to draw surface, and let's draw the surface boundary. So let's draw that. We're going to put that on this layer called C Topo Boundary. We'll just make it a 2D, and we'll say OK. Choose our surface file. And now there it is. So let's set a little bit of color for some of this, and our boundary. Let's make it, make it red. We'll give it a little bit of a line weight here. so we can see it better. And turn on our line weight visibility down here. We toggle in our status bar. So there's that. We've got now some labels. So if I go to surface, contour labels, move label along contour, I might want to move this one off that little peak. Same thing with this one. Move it up here and get it off that little twisty spot. So you can do a little cosmetic cleanup if you need. Everything looks good there in terms of those. Let's work on our colors and line types for our layers. We've got this one called C Road Cont IDX. All right, now remember in our last drawing where we had that C, let me change this generation to yes. And let's make all of these first type P line GEN, polyline generation. Let's make sure it's on for any polylines that get drawn so the pattern doesn't flow through the corners incorrectly. And then let's select all the polylines in the drawing. So if I right click and choose quick select, I can choose from the entire drawing entity types. Let's pull that down and choose polyline. And down here where the operator says, let's just choose the bottom choice of select all. Hit enter. And let's go down to line type generation in our properties, and let's turn that yes. So we now have our line types. Let's double check our MS-LT scale. Make sure that is on. Right now it's off. And then finally, let's double check LT scale, the overall global, and let's set it to 1. And now if we do a regen all, now we've got still solid lines for contours if we wanted those to sort of match this depression type contour. We had those layers already defined in our other drawing. So the IntelliCAD version, so Patrick, this will work for you. If you go to this layer control button, that's really the Explorer. And we're going to look at these layers. And I want to take the layers from that other drawing and put them into this drawing so I have that new definition. Now here's how you can do that. If you if you know the other drawing where it is, let's open that drawing. So I'm going to open, and that was my previous drawing that I used, which was what did we call it? That was our road design base, I think. Yep, there it is. So I'm going to open that one. Now I want the layer definitions for these contours to be into my new drawing, into this drawing. So if I look at, I'm going to sit in this drawing, doesn't matter which one we're in, I'm going to run that layer control again so I see my list of layers. But notice what else I have over here on the left-hand side. I've got right now the drawing that I'm in, which is this one that I'm working on. And I've got this other drawing that's open, and you see it listed over here, and it's collapsed down. So I'm going to expand that, and I'm going to look and see what layers it has. So it has a different layer structure than mine has. So I'm going to go to this one, and I'm going to select either, some of them, or I'll just select all of them. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to take those and put them into my drawing. And so to do that, actually, we're going to get a bunch of copies. Let's only take, let's see, C Road. Where was C Road, C Road. Let's get all the C roads and the C topo. So I started with the C road, and there's the C topo, and I'm going to control, that was a shift click. I'm going to control click on perimeter. Now I'm going to take those layers and I'm going to drag them and drop them up here into this category, into my open drawing on the same category. So I'm coming from layers. So I'm going to put these up here to layers. And when I do that, it's going to transfer these into mine. So I'll go back now and look at my drawings layers. And actually, you'll probably see, yeah, you see it says copy of, copy of, copy of. Those are the ones that we have now brought over. They matched because I already had some existing up here. So with that being done, I look at that is C road contour intermittent and C road contour IDX. So I'm looking for copy of C road cont. He's right in here. These copy of C road contour IDX and INT. I get all these ones at the end of the names because they're copies. So what I need to do is go up here into find mine and let's change that name. So C road cont IDX. I'm going to come up here and find C road. CONT, C road. Here we are. So I'm going to rename this one temporarily here to old. Same thing with this one. Call it old. Now I'm going to go down here into these copies. And C road contra IDX. I'm going to rename that one. Just click in it slightly twice and change that back to that original name. Same thing with this. Take out that copy of and choose that. Now, those are the road. The road ones. And these are on, those should have been drawn not on the C road, but on the topo major and minor. So again, I'll go up here to my C topo major and minor in my original C topo major, C topo local major, and minor. Let me see. I mean, I'm gonna do a little bit easier way of doing this instead of having those copied. I'm going to go back out of that. I'm going to select everything and delete it again. And I'm going to now go to the file menu and choose file drawing utilities, and let's purge our drawing. So we're going to get rid of all those layers. So I'm going to purge. I'll just leave everything here. I'm going to purge any nested items. I'm not going to confirm and automatically purge any orphan data. I'm going to say purge all. Now I'm going to close. And now I look back at my layers and you see that I've got some things that have some definitions on. Why is that? Still showing. If I go back to File, Draw on Utilities, Purge, run it again. Let's see here, Layers. You cannot purge. Why can't I purge that? I've got some kind of something defined on those layers. Nothing in my layouts. Let's erase outside, and I'm just going to draw a little box. Everything should be gone. Now, if I purge it again, should have cleared those, but now, see, I've got line types. It's the only thing it can purge. All right, let's make this easier. Let's close that drawing. Let's close. And I want the layer definitions from here into mine. So I'll leave that one open. Let's go instead of that grading design 01. Let's just go to the file menu and choose new. And we'll just make a new drawing. And we'll say next. And we'll just take that default template and say finish. And there now is our new drawing. Let's give it a file name. And we're going to be in our data sets here. And we're going to call this file name grading design new. Grading design new. And we'll just leave everything set like it is here. And we'll say next. And we'll take that coordinate file. I'm going to set it now to my existing grading design, which is right here. There's no points in it. So now I'll set that. I'll say next, let it finish. All right, so now you see my layer list is much smaller. I don't have it there. But if I open up now my roadway design base, I want to set these layers. I'm going to just select all. And I'm going to drag and drop them down here on the layers tab. So now this drawing is going to have those layers. So if I click in it here now and I see my grading design layers now has all of those in it, just like that one. I'm going to do the same thing with my line types because I had a few in there like my contours. I'll just select them all, drag and drop them onto line types. I can't see it on the screen. There we go. Drag this down here to line types. So now I've transferred things over. Now, Sarah, you and Scott have a similar thing to this, but it's not in that same thing. I'm going to show you where that is. I'm going to minimize this and I'll run my Carlson or AutoCAD. Let's choose, it's going to try to update. Hold on a second, we'll cancel that when we go. Say no. All right, let's run it again here. And once this comes up, I'm going to choose new. And I'm just going to exit from that. And it's going to pop me into my drawing editor. And at this point, I would say do a save as. I'm going to switch this into my civil training folder, data sets, and I'll call this drawing. I'll call this one grading, design, new, and I'm going to put ACAD on that file name, just keep them separate. Okay, so now I've got this blank empty drawing, and I want to open up that file or transfer that thing around. So there's a thing called Design Center. It's a palette that's part of AutoCAD. And that's the difference. IntelliCAD doesn't use that. It uses that Explorer. So from this palette, let's go to our Design Center, which is a palette that we're going to use. And let's see if I can find that. If I go to AutoCAD, let's see the palettes tools. All right, let's type. If I type a ribbon, it gets me these ribbon tools. And now if I look here under file, setup, that's my units. I don't know where they've hit it. I may have to just find the name of the command here to join Explorer. All right, let's just type ribbon close and get rid of my ribbons again. And let's see if it's called design. Yeah, see that one? It says Design Center. So if you just type the word design, it's going to land on that Design Center, or AD Center is the name of the command. I'm going to run that. So this is a similar functionality to that Explorer in IntelliCAD. So, but I've got a slightly different thing. I can look inside folders and find, I don't have to open the other drawing. So I'm going to open up, I'll close this down, and I'm looking in Carlson projects in my folder. This is the civil training data sets. And the drawing I'm looking for was the one we just did before, which was our roadway design base. And you can see it has all these different things to it. I'm gonna look for layers. And so there's all my layers. If I if I just, let me select one, let me go over here to the last one and grab, I'm going to shift click so I get all of them. Now I'm going to drag them, and instead of putting them on the same category here, I need to just drop them into the drawing over here. So that now has given those layers to my drawing. Might as well get my line types while I'm at it, and we'll select them all, and we'll drag and drop them over here. Okay, so now I can close that, and I look at my layer control now, and you see I've got all those layers. And if I look at line types, I see I've got those ones that I was after, contour and contour 2. Okay, so now you've got that done here. Let's go to the civil module. We'll go to surface, and we will contour from a tin file. We'll choose our phase 6. I gotta get to my right folder here. Phase 6 original ground. And I want to contour, and I'm going to put these on this layer. And I think it was called C topo major and minor. So minor for this first one, put a 5-foot interval, and then we'll change this one to C dash topo minor. And for our depression, we'll put them on C dash topo. I don't see the depression. No surf. No contour. Let's see, C dash. Let's see it. DE. P. Nope. There it is. C topo. That's, oh, it's C underscore topo underscore. That's fine. All right. So say okay. And we'll say okay there. Look at our labels. We'll put them on C dash topo label. And this time I'll just copy and paste. So I'll Control C, Control V. That's all looking good. I'll say okay. So now it's drawn them. I don't see them yet because I'm at a different spot. So I need to do a zoom extents. I can just double click the wheel on the mouse, or I can type zoom, E for extents. So there now is our set of contours drawn correctly for us. And to set our scaling correctly, let's see what our settings are, our drawing setup. In our other drawing, right, this is set for 20 scale. We are in this one we had sitting on 50 scale. All right, so we'll come back and we'll set our drawing setup to 50. We'll set our line type scale to 1. We'll say okay. We'll now type MSLT scale to turn that on. So it is on to 1. Now we do a regen all, and now there's our dashes, but you see how you get these long segments because the dash is not repeating. So I'm going to select everything in the drawing, pull the list down and select the polylines and change their line type generation to enabled. And so now you see the dashes go through. I need to, now that I've rescaled it, let's redraw our surface contour from a tin file. We'll pick that original there, just say okay. So now everything comes in and our text is sized correctly for our drawing scale. And we draw the surface, go to surface menu, draw surface boundary. And let's put that on C dash topo B and DY. Say okay, choose the surface, and there now is everything's drawn up accordingly from that. Okay, we can now also, if you want to just for cosmetic sakes, get rid of these little interconnecting segments. Oh, I'm going to turn my P line gen on to make it a 1. And now, because I've redrawn those ones that I edited, I'll just select everything again, pull this down and choose polyline and set its line type generation to enable. And there we go. Everything's back to the way we wanted it in our other drawing. Got everything set there. All right. So now from here, back on the IntelliCAD side, I've got my grading design new. I now have my layers and line types are transferred over. So I'm going to do that same process. I'm going to go to surface, contour from a tin file. I'll choose my tin file, phase 6 original ground. And I'm going to put these on this time C dash topo major or minor rather for that one. For this one, C dash topo major. I'll set my interval to 5. It's already there. I'll look at my highlight depression contours. I'll set that up and it's on C topo depression. That's already set. I'll go to my labels and I'm going to put that C topo label is fine. C topo, all that's good to go. I'll say okay. And it's asking me to select the inclusion perimeter. I don't need to because it only goes out to the extent of the surface anyway. So I'll just hit enter, no exclusions. It's going to draw the polylines. And now I need to zoom extents. Double click the wheel or type zoom and do enter. Now let's set our scaling. So back to drawing setup. Let's make that 50. Let's make LT scale 1. And let's make sure MSLT scale is set on. It is. Let's make sure P line gen is set on. It is. Everything's good. There's now our depression, our contour dash intervals, and all that kind of stuff. And you can move those labels around if you need. Because we changed scaling, though, I'm going to just redraw my contours, surface contour from a tin file. Get my phase 6 original. Make sure it says to erase previous contour entities. I'll say all. I'll say okay. No inclusions, no exclusions. Now they're back, and now our interval for our texts are sized correctly, and we're good to go with that. We'll draw now the boundary. So surface, draw surface boundary. On, in this case, we had, I think we had it right. See topo boundary, that'd be fine. And there's our boundary. There's our surface. Okay, now we had also, I'm going to take out these little segments here again. All right, so we're good to go. We'll save that. I'll go over here to this guy and close him. I don't need him anymore. No need to save the changes. And so let's put in where our road is. Now, the road that we had was our main street. That's going to be our main road coming across here. So let's just go to roads and choose road network. and let's choose Main Street Road Network. So it's here, and you can still see that it knows where those alignments are, okay? So I'm going to select Elm Street, and I'm going to actually remove it. So I'm going to select it and hit the minus button. I'm going to take that out. And so now I've got Main Street, and I've got, that's the only one I've got. If I process that now, it's going to do that based on our road design, and you can see where it's going to place everything. And you should see the contours show up here in just a second. There they are. All right, so we got our road design. Everything's tied in together. It's made our, is putting our single road. And I'm going to exit my road network, and it's going to prompt me to save it. I'm going to say no, because the original now still includes that side street if I want to add it back later. So there's my road. And if you wanted to, say, freeze this off, if I need to draw that center line, because right now I've got this, there's my 2D center line. So if I freeze, I'm going to freeze that 3D line for the center line for right now. I'm going to go up here to view and come down and choose freeze layer by pick. I'm going to pick that center line. I'm going to pick this 3D polyline. And so now I'm left with this guy, which is my C road P lines center 2D. So let's set its line style, or let's look for anything that in 2D, that C road P line center. Let's change its line type to center 2. Say okay. We'll close that. Now that looks like a center line. Now let's go ahead and station it. So let's go to the center line menu and station polyline center line. We'll leave everything set the way we had it yesterday when we left off. We'll choose the center line file, which was our Main Street. That's Elm Street. Here's Main Street. And now there it goes in our stationing and symbology for that. So we're good to go with our road. We know where it is. We've got a 2D polyline for the center that we can attach to if we need to. All right, so we now have the stage set. So let's talk about our grading, and we've got a couple of things that we want to do. So I'm going to show you a couple of techniques. If we're going to draw a building outline, for instance, now we're going to use the building that's pre-drawn in just a minute. But if we use our draw 2D polyline, we're just going to draw the building outline as a 2D. So I'm going to go to draw 2D polyline. And you can uncheck this current drawing, and you can select a layer. Let's see if there's any building. I think I need to get rid of this. Let's type C dash. There's no building. C dash proposed. There's boundary. C road. I don't have anything. Let's just make one here called C. We'll call this, instead of so C prop BLDG, and we'll draw that. Now, here's the little switch, the trick I was going to show you. When you're drawing something that you know is going to need to have 90-degree corners, there's a button or a checkbox right here that says autocorrect for 90-degree corners. If you turn that on and choose OK, and then when you start drawing, you're going to say, let's draw from here, and we'll draw a little edge to here. Now, when I go out to a certain, and you can type distances and do all that, but even if you're not exactly square, if you're within a certain tolerance of that, I think you should be able to see it. I'm going to be slightly off, but when I click, you're going to watch that. I may have been outside my list, or maybe it was okay. If I go up here now and set that to be, see how it forced it over to be 90 degrees? And let's say maybe in here, see it's forcing it down to being 90 degrees. And maybe I'll come up here like that. Now I've got parallel edges, and to get this side parallel, I'm going to just draw. And this time I'm going to snap from this corner, and I'm going to go perpendicular. So shift right click perpendicular to that line. And then I'll just select this grip, snap it to that, and join nearest off my polyline toolbar. And I'll just pick this guy and this guy. And now it is a single joined polygon with square angles. Okay. Now, here's what to be aware of when you're using that autocorrect for 90. The next time you go to draw a 2D polyline, that's going to still be checked. And you may not want it to be checked for something else you're drawing. So keep your eye on that. Make sure that it's on or off, however you want it to be. Okay. So just when you run that, just make sure that that's not there, because sometimes you'll forget and you'll leave that on and it will get in the way. All right, so that would be how you would draw a building outline, forcing the corners square. But let's use the one that is already pre-drawn for us, and it's in another drawing by itself. It's called building footprint, oddly enough. So let's bring that into our drawing, and we're going to do that with a number of ways. You can use it as an XREF, an externally referenced file, and then you can merge the XREF into this drawing. And you could also insert it into this drawing directly as a block and have it explode when it's inserted. That's really the most direct way. But let's do it the XREF way if you want. Now in IntelliCAD, you can go back to this Layer Manager tool and come down here to XREFs and right-click and choose New External Reference. You could do it that way. You could also do it the AutoCAD way, where you just type XREF, and it brings up this control. And let's attach our building footprint. So we look in our folder, and we look for this building footprint drawing. There it is. We'll choose Open. And you can bring it in as an overlay or an attachment. It doesn't really matter. In this case, uncheck any of these specify buttons. Make sure your scaling is set to 1 and your insertion points are all 0 and your angle is E for east. We'll say OK. And so now that has been XREF'd into our drawing, and you can see it. Let me close this box now. You can see it right in here, but it's faint because that's an XREF fade. There's a control that's fading. But if I want this now as an XREF drawing, if I want to bring it into my drawing as just part of this drawing so I can work with it, I can go to the File menu and choose Drawing Cleanup. And there's a lot of things that this does. This is a really useful command. You can set elevations, you can get rid of any duplicate line works, all kinds of things you can do. So I'm going to hit clear and clear all this out. And the only thing I'm going to do with this is I want to bring in these XREFs into my drawing. So let's see if I can find where that was. Remove. Oh, right here. Import XREFs into the current drawing. So if I do that, I'm going to say OK. And it says imported 1 into the drawing. So I'll exit that. And now this is just, it's no longer an XREF. It's now a polyline in my drawing. If I go back to my XREF, you see it's no longer listed. And if I look under this manager here under XREF, you see it's no longer there. It would have been there if I'd left it as an XREF. All right, so that's now our building footprint. And if I select it, I see It has no elevation at this point. We don't know where it's going to be. Okay, so now we're at this stage of here, like 0.5, and I'm on page 67, creating a building. You can use your CAD tools, or alternately simply insert the previous drawn block file building footprint to save time. That's what we've just done as, as an XREF. And so now we're going to make a pad around that, just a rectangular pad for that building to sit on. And we're going to run a command from the 3D data, draw building envelope polyline, and we're going to set an offset of 10 feet. Okay. So in doing that, let's go to the 3D data menu. And let's choose draw building envelope polyline. And we'll set this on this one called, let's put it on C-PROP-BLDG. Let's take that underscore out and make it a dash. C-prop-building-pad, and we'll make the offset 10 feet. Okay, and we'll leave the rest of these blank because you can have different offsets for different sides, and we'll just say okay. It now asks us to select the building. There it is, and there's now the building pad. Draw another, yes or no? I'll say no. So this is 10 feet off of the outermost edges. Notice it's more than 10 feet here because this edge was further out. So it's 10 feet there, 10 feet here, 10 feet there, and 10 feet there. That's just a little flat pad. We might have a parking lot or something, or some parking spaces or something in there. All right, so that's now our building pad, and our building pad's done. So now before we actually have a parking lot in here, we're going to design that pad. We're going to tie that into the ground as if we made that pad some reference to elevation. And you see here number 7, it says, we see from the labels, we've got an average elevation of about 115 on the site. So we'll set that as the building pad elevation. And so we would set this up, and we would set our settings in our next command, following the prompts. And now we're going to set that elevation accordingly. So here's what we do. We're going to look at these now and look at our surface and see what we have. I've got a elevation of 100 here, so 105, 10, 15, 20, and it comes to 125. So this is 110, or 100, 105, 110, 120, 125 at the top, and then it comes back down. That's 110. So, somewhere there and around, we're going to find out a pad elevation. This elevation here is 120. So this might be, in our case, 120, 115 is out here. So that's maybe 115. All right, so let's set it at 115. All right, so we're going to do this with a command called design pad template. And what design pad template is going to do is it's going to ask us for an elevation of that pad, and then it's going to tie it into our target surface. Okay. So now, if we were choosing the target surface, it's going to be this phase 6 original. However, let's say we were closer up here and we might actually tie into where the road is. Remember that road was designed, and then we merged. Now it had this other surface in it. We had that merged surface. So that might be the target. If you're close to some of these others, you keep track of which surface you're actually targeting. All right, so let's go to the surface menu now and choose design pad template. All right, so here's what we'll do. We're going to target a surface file, and we're going to go to the outside of a closed pad, which will be this building pad. And we want to use a ratio for a slope format. And then we want to come down here and we'll choose to round the exterior corners. We're going to draw these side slope polylines and color them. And we're going to go with our side slopes every, let's set this up to 10. I don't think we need 5. And that's just going to be some visual line work that's going to help us see how this stuff works. Okay. And let's see, everything else we can leave alone. We're not going to trim. We are not going to, let's see, we won't erase any previous pads because we're going to do this another time for the parking lot as well. You could also, calculate the volumes and create a surface from it, all that, calculate the pad surface. We're going to leave those off for right now. We're just going to draw the geometry. So I'll round the corners, I'll draw the side slopes and color them. I'll make my spacing of 10 feet. I'll set my corner delta angle at 10 degrees. And finally, I'm going to set the pad layer and I'm going to select down here and I'm just going to call that C dash, oops, C dash propose, PROP dash BLDG dash pad. All right, so that's my, oops, BLDG, not C. And I'll say, okay. All right, so now it wants me to pick the pad polyline. I select it, and it wants me to pick the target surface. There's that original ground. And now it's asking me to, what kind of sloping do I want from that down to the ground? So I'll keep it at 3 to 1 and 3 to 1. And now it tells me that the range of existing elevations along that pad run from 98.92 or roughly 100 up to 123. So it wants me to pick a pad elevation. Well, I might, put that sort of somewhere in between in the middle. It comes up by default and chooses the lowest point, so everything would be in cut, but let's make it somewhere in the middle. So between 100 and 123, so half of 23 is 11 and a half. So let's make that 111.5. We say that, and there now is going to be where it creates that surface. Do I want to adjust and redesign? I'll say no. And why did my polylines not draw? Let's select that and erase it. And let's go back and run that command again. Design pad template. I must have unchecked. Yeah, I did. I unchecked the wrong one here. So I want to draw the side slope polylines. Let's do that again now. We'll pick that polyline. Oh, there's actually 2 there. Let me see. I'm going to escape that. Yeah, I've got 2. I want to select. Huh. Select that one and get rid of it. Oh, that's drawn on the same layer. That's the problem. Okay, so that's drawn there. Let's go back now to surface, design pad template. Let's change this layer down here instead of, so let's just put it on BLDG pad. And that's going to be the pad on its own separate layer. So now I'll pick that, pick the surface, side slopes, 3 to 1, 3 to 1, ask for elevation again, 111.5, hit enter, and there. And I'll say, no, I'm not going to redesign at this point. And so what we've done with this effort is we have set that pad in at a given elevation, and then we tied it out to the original ground. And you can see how that would look like if let's look at the original ground surface. First of all, the blue areas are in fill and the red areas are in cut. So if we look at this just as viewing a 3D view, drawing viewer, you're going to see these are going to actually got one of the contour lines. So that's what gets generated in the drawing is all this 3D line work. And you can look at that. Let's go to my model, and I'm going to find this contour layer and double click it to freeze it. Now I'm going to add a surface, and the surface I'm going to add is that phase 6 original ground. And so that's going to come in, and you can see the parts that are in fill are sticking up there out of it. And if you look up underneath, you see the parts that are in cut. Okay. And again, you could set the opacity of that surface so that you could sort of see through it. And all right, but we've verified that we've got everything next where we want it to be. Now, what about if we just set that at a particular elevation, but maybe we want to set that at an optimum elevation. Maybe we want that to be at the, at a place where the cut and fill is balanced. So let's go to the surface menu again, and this time we're going to edit the pad template. So when we edit the pad template, we're going to get we're going to pick the pad first of all, go in here and click that pad. And it brings up everything that we had before. There's our 3:1, 3:1, 111.5. And right now it says no volume. It hasn't calculated the earthwork yet. So I'm going to say process. And it's going to now tell me that I've got 5,000 yards of cut and 1,800 yards of fill. And you can even run a report. You see there's your cut, 5,000, fill 1,800. All right, so that's not really well balanced. Now you could change the elevation. You could come up here and change the elevation here, or you can even do something like you can move and rotate the pad. So if, let's say we move the pad, say from here out to here, for instance, and then reprocess, well, it will do the same thing. See how it's changed all of this stuff now? And I'm still more in cut than in fill. All right, so I'm going to, let's say I'm going to put that move back. I wonder if I can do that with an undo. Doesn't look like. No, it didn't. Let me exit that and see if I can undo it from here now. All right, there it goes. And all right, so I'm back to my original spot. So now if I go back to surface and edit my pad template, choose the pad, and now let's process to get the numbers back to where they're, all right, so there they are. So if I want that to be balanced in cut and fill, now that I process, I've got a choice to balance right here. And so if I choose that, I can set my balance condition. Now, balance doesn't always necessarily mean that cut is equal to the fill. That's what we want here. But let's say if this were a borrow pit that we were designing, we might have a certain amount. We might know that we need 5,000 yards of material taken out of that little borrow pit. So I'm going to set my target balance export of 5,000. If I say okay, it's going to reset it. And when I process up here, you can see these numbers have changed. So 6,300 versus 1,300, that leaves me up with 5,000 yards of cut. So that would be how I would do it. We hit balance again. Maybe this time we'll target 10,000. You're going to see it sink into the ground totally. well, except for that corner. You get the idea. It keeps changing these. So let's set our balance one last time now and keep it at 0 and say, okay. And so now for a 0 balance, and you see up here, my numbers are now 3132.8 versus 3135.6. And that's because when I did balance, I said within the nearest 10 cubic yards. Let's make that to within the nearest 0 even, and it will just very slightly tweak it. And now I'm exactly 3134.3 and 3134.3. That's now done. And you can, at this point, go ahead and write the 10 so that it has uh, a surface file associated with that 3D geometry. Otherwise, if you wanted to create that file manually, you would use the outline as the inclusion polyline, and you would just select all of those 3D lines and build that out as a surface. But since it's here for me, I'm going to go ahead and write the 10. So I'm going to choose that button, and I'm going to call this one building pad, BLDG space PAD. And I now have a building pad that I can view in my surface viewer. There's my building pad. You can see it is partly in fill, partly in cut. You can go to the model tab, add in the surface of phase 6 original. And there now you can see the part that's under, the part that's over. All right, so those, and you could even now at this stage, let's merge that into our phase 6 existing, and I'll show you why we're going to do that in just a minute. We're through with this edit, so I'm going to say exit. Now, let's go to surface and choose triangulation file utilities. And let's load the phase 6 original. So we're going to open that. And then we're going to go next. We'll go here to the next window. And at this point, I'll close that in and sort of roll it around. And let's merge the 10. Now, the first merge I want to do, I'm going to leave my control set like this. I'm going to merge the road, which was my RoadNet surf, because I reprocessed that to not include the side street. So there's now my road. That's been merged. I'm going to hit merge again. And I'm going to merge in my building pad. Excuse me. And so now, right there's my building pad's now been merged into that. My road has now been merged into that. I'm going to come down here and do a save as, and I'm just going to call it merged, just simply. So that's everything merged at this point. It's been saved. I can exit, verify with a quick view of merged. And you can see the results of that. I now have a building sitting out here, and there's my roadway. And that's all now its own single separate surface. Now, keep in mind, in terms of using those triangulation file utilities to merge these surfaces, that's a really handy way to speed up a couple of things when you're doing some grading design. For instance, if I had a parking lot, let's say if this was a parking lot, and it was on, let's say it's not flat, but it's on some kind of a slope, and maybe differing slopes on different sides. So it's going to have a surface. But let's say I've also got some parking islands. I've got curbs and, you know, landscape filling and all that kind of stuff inside this area. So instead of trying to design that by getting all these edges over here and then trying to calculate what the concrete curbing, where it's going to sit, what I would do, and the way I approach this is I make this as its own pad or as its own surface. And then I draw in 2D all of the things that are going to sit on that surface. Okay, so I'll draw the, say, the face of the curb along that line, along, just in 2D. And then I would go to my 3D data menu and I would say, I want to turn a 2D into a 3D by surface model. Then I would choose that drawn element that needs to sit on that surface. And I would tell it to target that surface. And so it takes that 2D line and drapes it right onto that surface. So it's exactly on that surface with all the little variations that that surface may have. And then at that point, I have a 3D polyline sitting on that surface, and I can use that and do 3D offsets to build curb edges and all kinds of things from that. And then I would go back to my triangulation file utilities and I would merge my islands surface into my parking lot surface. So it becomes a single surface by itself. Okay, so it's a very nice way of doing this. You just do each little piece independently and then you merge them all together. Okay. Now, we're coming up on a quarter till 1, so we're going to take a break for lunch here. And when we come back, we're going to finish up. We're going to do a little parking lot over here, and we're going to design it so that it targets this edge of this building. And we'll see how Design Pad will help us uh, merge into this same surface over here. And that's going to come over here and generate, this type of condition. Then how do we resolve that? How do we fix that? Okay. So we'll do that when we come back. At this point, let's save our drawing. And we should be good to go at that point. We'll come back next. And then when we have that parking lot, we'll draw a little alignment and turn that into a road that's going to intersect this road. We'll process those together. We'll process the road into this parking lot surface, and all of that stuff gets all tied together, and that's our final design. Okay. So with that, any questions at this point? Everybody good? Okay. So I'll go ahead and stop our share. And when we come back, you'll see it come back on with the share, and we'll pick up from there. Okay, see you in 1 hour. And so the next thing we'll do, we've now created our little building pad and the the little surface that goes with that, and make sure that I'm still concurrent. So I'm going to view these things. And let me load in that building pad surface, make sure, yep, it's the same, because we had done a couple of edits on those. Okay, so now we have the building pad. Now we're going to do a parking lot, and we'll tie it out to our road and tie it next to our building. We'll set the grades according to some slopes on the building pad, that sort of thing. So to get our parking lot in, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to insert. So I'm going to go to draw, insert this time, and I'm going to go from file and browse, and we want our parking lot, which would be right here, parking lot.dwg. So it looks like a little rectangle and a little center line representing each road. I will not specify the insertion point, make sure it's at 0, same as scale and rotation, set the E, scale is 1. And I'm going to check that I want to explode it on insertion, so it doesn't come in as a block, it just comes in as geometry. So I'll insert that, and now you can see it's right here on C, proposed parking. We'll even look at our proposed parking, and let's make it a nice Oh, let's make it cyan so you can see it. And there it is. All right, so now you can see our parking lot is actually right if we're adjacent to the building pad itself. So I want to pull that down a little bit. I'm going to take this and this, and I'm going to move it off that edge just a little bit. So I'm going to say move. So I've selected, I'll right click and I'll just choose a standard CAD move. I'm going to move it from, say, where it is there. Let's just move it off this distance. I'm just going to snap to those. So I'm now sitting here away from that building pad surface. Okay. So how do we grade with a situation like that? How do we, um, tie this? First of all, we need to set the elevations. Okay, so we're going to set the elevations right here. So we bring this up. All right, now we're in these other site elements on page 69. So that has our grading design 2. If we open that drawing, or we could continue with what we have. And this has the building footprint and the pad polyline. So let's do that instead of just bringing up with this one. Let's open our grading design 2. And we see that it is basically that same thing that we've been doing. There we go. Let's see now. Get rid of this little guy. This little guy. Okay. So now we got a situation of we've got this building pad polyline. It's not elevated. Our building pad is back at 0. Our parking lot is also, I'm looking at this elevation field over here and it's sitting at 0. So now we've got all of these elements drawn and nothing is done. Now before we had that, we cut the pad in so you could see how that process worked. Now we've also tightened back the edge here a little bit closer on this particular pad polyline. So it's going to be the same type of thing. So let's take a look at this process. So we now have this file open, this grading design 2, and let's make sure we set our coordinate file. Right now it's set to none, so I'll go to points, set coordinate file. It's still empty. That's just that grading design. And you don't have to do that if you're not using any points, and we probably wouldn't do that necessarily. All right, so now we have a couple of things here to look at. Notice it's got varying offset, only 2 feet at the front of the building here facing the parking lot, but 10 feet on these other edges. Okay, so that's how we've set that up, and you can slope the parking lot. All right, so and the pad polyline has varying offsets, only 2 feet above. This is so we can slope the parking lot to drain. So this building pad is going to be level, but the parking lot's going to be sloped, so it's going to drain. And we're going to allow the ground between the 2 outlines to form, and it's going to warp into this condition like you see right here. We'll repair that and then create our final grading design. So the first thing we want to do is to assign these elevations, and we're going to take our 2D to 3D by start and end elevation, and we're going to set the building pad to elevation 115 as the start and end. And that, in other words, will convert it into a 3D polyline so that we can use this next step. And the reason we're going to do that next step as a 3D polyline, if we simply set this, if we simply set this 2D polyline at that elevation of 115, the next step that we're going to do is we're going to set the grade along this parking lot by reference to this line here, but that line has to be a 3D polyline. So even if I were to set that at elevation 115, then the next step that we're going to do would be we're going to set this at a 3% slope. I'm looking here at number 3, a 3% slope away from the building along the nearby sort of common edges. And you do this by a 3D data menu, and then the 2D to 3D polyline by slope from reference. And you're going to choose the 3D polyline as the method and select the parking lot perimeter as the polyline to assign the elevations to, and the building pad as the reference. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. Now, right now, this is still a 2D polyline, and I can tell that in a number of ways. I can see it's got these midpoint grips that show up that you see right here, and it's actually a rectangle. That's why you see these little extra controls. But it is at elevation 115. Now, if I try to set this parking lot to be a 3% by reference to that building, so it's going to start here and go 3% down. I'll go to my 3D data, 2D to 3D by slope from reference. If I do that, here's my reference. See, I don't have a choice to use a 2D polyline that has elevation. So that's why it needs to be a 3D polyline, or you can do it by a point. All right, so let's convert our 2D building pad into a 3D. So where do we do that conversion is on our 3D data menu. I will say 2D to 3D polyline, and you could simply do it by start and end elevation. Or there's even, now that we've got the elevation, you could just go 3D data, 2D, and you say line or lightweight polyline to 3D polyline. And you just convert that one right there, hit enter. And if you look at that, you see it has the vertices starting here with the first vertex is 115 elevation, 115, 115, 115. Okay, so that did it just as quickly as if we had converted 2D to 3D by start and stop. So it's now a 3D and has that elevation. So next we're going to go to 3D data, and we're going to 2D to 3D by slope from reference. Okay, so the reference we're going to use is this 3D polyline of the building pad. And we'll say, okay. So it says select the polyline to assign elevations. I'm going to select my parking lot. Okay, and now it wants me to select the reference polyline, which is right here, and then enter a slope percent. Well, I think the number we're going to use is a -3. Yes, -3%. So we'll say -3. And now it says done. Select the polyline to assign elevations or enter to end. So I'm just going to hit enter and end. Now I'm going to look at this and I see that I have converted that to a 3D polyline. And notice a couple of things here. When I select this and I get my grips on, see there's a grip directly opposite that point. That's because it sets, and it doesn't have one out here because it's not all along itself. So it reads this pad and it gets to this corner and it sets it 3% down from here to here, comes down here and it runs out of this pad. So it goes 3% down here to here, and then it's doing it, all the way around. So if we look at these things, I'm gonna go ahead and put my building Also, I'm just going to select that and set its elevation at 115. And it's now, I've got these three things. If I look at that in my 3D viewer, you can see a couple of things that have happened here. And I'm going to turn that 3D viewer on, and I'm going to set my vertical exaggeration here to 5. So you can see it's a bit higher. So now we've got this building pad and the building footprint are set at 115, and the parking lot, you can see, is 3% down from that edge to set the edge of that parking lot. However, it gets out to here and it drops downhill to come out because it ran out of reference to this. So it's set 3% all along here and has set the grade. So we've basically set our parking lot to be 3% down below this building until we get to that point there. And then it uses that to fill in the gap. So we don't really want that to be like that. So we're going to edit this line so that it has a particular slope. We're 3% down back here. That was really the key, that we wanted to be down away from the building, just a little 3%. And now we want to drain our parking lot toward the street, toward this edge here, toward the low side of the terrain. So we need to sort of set this. We'll hold this back corner and we'll set this downslope at a 2%, and we'll straighten out this little kink in here so it comes down to this side below as well. So here's how we do that. We need to basically set the slopes along these edges. Now I'm going to show you a couple of tools here. Let's go to the inquiry menu and look at our drawing inspector on off. So we choose that and it tells us at the menu, the inspector is on. Right click to activate the pop-up menu. So let's right click. And these are the things that are going to be showing. Right now I'd see the layer name and the elevation. And I could say, well, if I don't need to see the layer name, I'm just going to click with the mouse and that turns it off. I'll right click again and you can change this, each time you have to do it, or go to this options dialog. And now you can see you can check these on and off. So we'll look at the elevation, and let's also look at the polyline data and the polyline direction. And we'll say, okay. Now, when you hover the mouse, I'm not clicking anything. I'm just hovering the mouse. So if I look at, there's my building and I see it's got an elevation of 115, and that's the horizontal distance of that segment's 100 feet, and its slope distance is also 100 feet because it's level, starts at 115, ends at 115, 0% slope, et cetera, et cetera. Now let's look at, the building pad. You're going to see a similar type thing with the 115. Now look at the parking lot. Now the parking lot back here is 114.76, and you see the direction that it's drawn according to the arrows. So that's at 114.76. And we come down here right into this area and we see that's at 114.763. It's all the same elevation basically along that line, and it's set from here. It's set that elevation right there. That's 3% down. But then as I go down here, this other segment, let's see, do I have polyline blips? Yes. All right, so we can see where you see those little plus marks. That's where those vertices are. So I can tell if I'm in that particular segment. So right in here, you see that slope is changing. It's different. All right. This slope back here has 112.958 elevation and 112.951 elevation. So it's dropping a little bit. And I look at that and I see I've got a slope of negative 0.01%. Over here, I've got a slope of 0%. So it's basically flat along this edge. We're 3% lower than the building pad. But once we got adjacent to it, it copied that slope at 0. Go out past it now, and you see that slope is now at 2.55%. Go down a little further, and you're at a slope of 2.9%. And that all happened because when it set that reference, and see, here's this line here. You see this polyline was started right here and it drew this way and this way. So if I hover on this edge, you see that slope of -3%. It referenced the building pad as a start and it came -3% down. So it's 3% down this side. I turn the corner and I'm hovering there and I'm nearly flat out there because it's basically mirroring this edge over here. So this 3% right here is basically just a coincidence. It's not because we typed in 3%. It's because this 3% elevation set was set this way, perpendicular from that building pad to set that edge. And then it worked its way around and it sort of, dropped these down to complete the circle. So what we want to do, I'm going to right click the mouse now and choose turn off my drawing inspector. And so what we want to do is we're going to basically get rid of all of these little extra points along these lines so that we can straighten this polyline out with slopes to be what we want them to be. Okay. So let's do that. Let's go to the 3D data menu and we're going to choose our polyline elevation editor. And this is a fantastic little tool. It took me a little while to get used to it, but once you do know it, it's fantastic. It says select a polyline to edit. Well, here it is. I'm going to pick my parking lot. Now you see all of those little points over in the drawing side, they're red and they have the elevation showing. Those are the vertices along that figure. And if you look at them here, if you click in, right there's the first one, number 1. Number 2, you see how it's highlighting the position of those grips. So you can hold any of these and they're held because they got a check mark. So if I want to get rid of, say, this number 2 and 3, right here's this number 2. If I want this to go from 1 down to, at this point, 4, and get rid of 2 and 3. Now look down here. If I'm at 4, I'm in a profile view. There's 3, there's 2, and then there's 1. And it says overlap because point 13 is also there as well. So there's my 2. And if I want to straighten out 3 and 4 so it doesn't dip down, and I'm just going to go from 1 to 4, you'll see this line straighten itself out. So if I go, I'm sitting at 1, it's held. I'm going to select 2, uncheck it, and now go to 3 and uncheck it. So now you see my control points are going away. I'm now at 1 and I'm sloping down to 4. And I see right now that's got a down slope of -0.236%. It's not very much, but it at least goes down a little bit. Now, if I look at the slope here from 12 to 13, let's scroll this list down. Let's sit at number 12. That's coming into 12 is 0.002, but 13, it goes from here down to 13 at 3%. Okay, and back here being the first one at this elevation. So I'm 3% dropping this way. So if you don't want that to be 3%, you can change that slope. And that would change the slope into the end point, but that end point is then going to rise up above or below that point number 1. Right now they're coincident. That's why it says overlap up here. So you can do that a number of ways. So what we want to do is we want to set let's set our back edge level. And right now, remember, these are at 115. This is down at 112.96, so a little below 113. If we bring this point up to be level across the back at 114.76. So I'm going to go to 13 and I'm going to type in its elevation field here. that 114.76, 114.76, and hit enter. Okay, so now I've set that, and now you see it's no longer says overlap, it says vertical, because there is a vertical difference right there. And I'm going to spin this up. I'm holding the shift key and pressing and holding the wheel on the mouse and pushing it around. So you see what I've done is I've raised point 13 but kept point 1 where it is. Okay. Now let's set point 1 to that same elevation, and you can do that a number of ways. You can simply pick up that grip and let it snap to that grip. Now we're back to an overlap condition because we set that. Let me go back to plan view here now. Because we set that elevation. Now I've lost my edit here. I'm going to go pick this. No plan select plan using left click selection. Okay. There we go. So now I've clicked it back. All right, so now I've got 114.76 set across the back, and that was 3% off of this 115 line. So I'm now at 114.76. Now, going down this way, but you remember if I looked at this from 1 to the end, here's 1 at this corner, 2 is down here at this corner, so it's traveling in this direction. But I want to now, I've got this back line set, so I want to set the direction down the front line. And I'll set this direction down the back line at a different slope, and then we'll take out these kink points, okay? So, but what I want to do, because I want to set this direction down from this corner to that corner, I need to reverse the direction of the polyline, because right now it's here and it goes counterclockwise. I want it to go clockwise for right now. So I'm going to go over here to my tools in my editor, and there's right there the button that says reverse polyline. I'm going to choose that. And so when that happens, they renumber, and you see I've got number 2. I've got 1 to 2. So there's 1 still back here, but it now goes 2, 3, which is down in that corner, and then 4 to 5 to 6. But 3, 4, 5, I want to get rid of. I want to just select 3. I'm going to shift click to 5, and I'm going to uncheck them. And so now I'd be able to set my slope from 2 down to 5. Now notice 1 to 6, or to 0.6. So points number 3, 4, and 5 are actually still in there, but I'm not seeing them because I've got the settings in my editor set to turn those off. If you want to see those, I'll show you the difference in that display. I'm going to hit my settings tab here at the top, and I want to say label my control points. Those are the ones that are held. That's the red. And I say hide the non-control points. Well, if I uncheck that, I'm going to also uncheck this auto center. I don't like it jumping around. And I'm going to say okay. And so now you're going to see those individual points. And even if you do label them, you're going to see their numbers and their elevations, but they're blue. So you know they're not going to be held right now. And notice this as well. If we're sitting on 1, which is this back corner here, we look at 2 and look at our profile. You see how that goes flat from 1 to 2. And then it goes from 2 to 3, which is midway there, 4, 5, 6. You see how it's all on the same slope? Because I unchecked those. Now, likewise, I've got all of these here from 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're all individually held at different, and so that's why this little thing goes down. So let's say if we've set this from 2 down to 6, let's look at what that, it has a percent slope of negative 0.626. Well, let's make that a negative I'm going to say here on 0.6, and in its slope field down here, I'm going to say the slope into 0.6 is negative 2.5%. So it's going to drain. Now you see it's all showing up down here to 0.6, and I've got these individual little kink points until it gets back up around here to 0.13. So how do you hold, if we wanted it to say go from here down to 6, we've set that now, and that was at a 2.5% downslope. Now we could release the controls here, and it's going to interpolate from this corner all the way back around to the end corner if we release this. And if we did, let's see what's going to happen. So 7, 8, 9, and 10, I'm going to shift click on 10 after clicking on 7, and I'm going to unrelease those. I'm going to uncheck them. And so now we go from 1 to 2 at a 0% slope, then we go down from 2 to 6 at a 2.5% downslope. And then we start climbing up at a 1.92%, and we climb up this way at a 1.92%. So it doesn't go down quite as steeply as this does. So this is a 3% down. This edge is a 1.923% down. And you can see in our picture what we've got. We've got 0.2 out here. It's flat across the back. Then it goes down to 0.6. That's the low point. That's where we're going to exit our drain. And then it works its way all the way back around to 0.13. Now you could have this edge to be flat, and then this edge would come back up at also at a positive 2.5%. And that sort of pushes the water down parallel to the building. But what we have here is an effect that we're going to, this edge is steeper going down. This is flat across the top. This also goes down, so it pulls water down, but it pulls it down more diagonally toward this low point, because this point drains to there. This point could drain to here, but it's actually going to drain down here, okay? So I've made my edits on there, and you can actually, let's say we don't need those intervening points, those vertices along there. So you can do this as well. You can say 3, 4, and 5, which are these three right here, and then 7, I'm going to control click 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So I now have all of these non-controlled points selected. And at that stage, you can actually come up here and choose delete the selected vertices. Uh-oh, I did that too much. Let me undo that. Did one too many. I need to keep 0.10. So I want to say take 3 through 5, and then 7, 8, 9. There we go. Yeah, I need to keep 0.10 to hold the corner. So I'll get rid of 11 and 12. But that will hold the corner, and it's not going to be a control point because it's still going to interpolate. So I'll select those, and I'm going to choose this delete selected vertices. So now I've got 4 vertices, or actually 5, because I start with 1, 2, 3, 4, and come back on itself as 5. And the controls now are, these are now set at the same elevation. At 0%, this is a negative 2.5%. And then from this edge down, it's a negative 1.923%, and it also goes negative 1.923% down here. So we're done. We're going to come in here to our editor now, and we're going to choose Apply Close button so that it now has applied that. And let's take a look at that in our 3D viewer again. And now you're going to see, and I still have my exaggeration turned on. So there you can see the back edge is flat. It's like the building is, but it's a little below the building. And the building is flat, the building pad's flat, but this edge goes down faster than this back corner. It actually goes down a little. It's more like that. There it is in right edge on. I'm going to change this vertical exaggeration now back to 1. So there's my building. I'm looking right straight into the edge of the building. Let's get that like right there. And I see that I'm down from the building. And you see the parking lot. Back edge is flat, but it goes down faster to this lower corner. All right, so we've now made our edits to that polygon. That polyline editor, that's how you can set, like if you're designing something, a wall along an edge or something, you can set all of those points using that editor, and you can control it with those things like percents and elevations and that sort of thing. All right, so we now have this now because we've opened up this different drawing and we have a different Main Street center line in here. If I were to double click this, it's actually going to control it based on those other saved files, which are no longer the exact same position. So just to keep this road where it's going to be, let's make that a new road. We'll call it um, a new type, um, or give it a new name. We'll call it Main Street Old or Main Street, or just give it a new name. So let's go to our centerline menu and say design, or not design. Let's go to our centerline menu and choose polyline to centerline file. And let's call this one now, instead of Main Street, let's call it Maple Avenue as a lovely example. Maple Avenue. We'll save that. It says should have been drawn in direction of increasing stations. Let's see where we start at 2 + 0, 0. So we're going to pick that polyline right there. And station, centerline station, beginning of 0, 0, but no, we're going to say 2, 0, 0 or 200. And there it is. We've now made a new centerline out of this one, which used to have the same name to it. So let's pop that into our road net. So I'm going to go to roads and choose road network. And I'm going to load up that Main Street RDN. But before I do anything here, I'm going to change the name. So I'm going to do a save as. That's this little diskette with an arrow. And I'm going to call this Maple Avenue. Now, you would not normally necessarily name these by a street name. If it's a network of multiple roads, maybe you put the subdivision name in or whatever. Okay. So I now have done that. I'm going to take all of these items. See, there's the old Main Street that we did in that last design. But I want Maple Avenue to be there. And there's Elm Street. So it goes right through our building. So I'm going to select both of those. I'm just going to, and then delete them. Choose the minus button and delete that one. Now I'm going to add, and I'll choose a centerline file, and let's just use Maple Avenue now this time. So now there's Maple Avenue, and I would have to edit this profile. I'm going to set the template to be the same one that we use there, 2-lane. Let's say no sidewalk. Let's just use the 2-lane just with curbs. So it's there now. Now let's look at the design profile and we'll set that up. And again, it's setting things based on, the fact that we've changed. So at this point, I've got a PVI right there. I've got one right there. I think if we set this one in and give it a vertical curve of 50 feet, yeah, maybe even, all right, 75. And we'll go to this next one and make this curve, say 150 feet. And we'll go to the next one, which is this one, and we'll make that one also 150 feet. And then finally go to the last one and we'll make that one 75 feet. And now I'm going to grab my edit pencil and I'm going to pull these around. This one's okay where it is, but this one, I'm going to click near it and pull it down so it's sort of close to the existing ground down there. Now we're going to move this one. So I'll go back, grab my pencil again, click near it, bring it up so it goes somewhere through there. And now to flatten this out a little bit, or actually it's not going to flatten out, it's going to just try to line up on the grade right in here. And it looks pretty good where it is. All right, so now if I look at that again, turn my exaggeration off and look at it in 1:1, that's what it looks like. So it's in pretty decent shape right there. I might want to tweak this guy up just a little higher to fill in this little valley between the hilltops. All right, so pretty decent. We'll save and exit. Now I've got everything I need. We've got all of these files that have already been preset. These output files now are going to be named Maple Avenue EX and FN for the cross sections, etc. We'll say OK. And we'll look at these settings again, and we've got our output options. We're going to just make this thing called RoadNet Surf. You could change that instead of RoadNet Surf this time. Let's call it Maple Avenue Surf. So we'll keep that old one if we want. Contour and everything should all still be set based on us loading this in from the Main Street one. 5s and 25s. No need to draw the labels. We'll say OK. And we'll say OK. Let's see, do we have any? If I go to this coordinate file, let's choose our grading design coordinate file. We use the curb points, both sides, draw the points, include the station, include the offset, and profile low stations. And process options, there's our existing surfaces, phase 6. Everything is good to go. Special stations, center lines, and profiles, and any transitions. We're good for that. And that should be it. Let me check my defaults one last time. 40-foot intersection radius. No, I don't have any intersections in it right now, so that's fine. EOP is, I think we had EP instead of EOP based on, we'll see what that looks like in a minute. And we'll say okay. And let's look at our design template, make sure we have the same point. That point was called EP. Yeah, there we go. That's why I changed that. So exit, say okay. And now let's, first of all, I'm going to come over here and select this old outline and delete it. And now let's process. Okay, so slightly different. And there you can see the contours as they tie across. And we could change the colors to so they look different than just white. And there is apparently a spot there. That's a crest curve. It goes down. We had a low spot in here, but apparently it wasn't low enough to generate those points for my inlets. I'll double click. Look at my design profile. Yeah, there you see there's no sag point because it's not, it starts here, and even though the curve goes up, it just goes up continuously. It doesn't go down and then back up. So no low points on our roadway at all, and that's fine. That's why we're not seeing any points there. All right, so I'm going to save this network file. We've got everything there. We now have a road, or we've got Maple Avenue Surf, and there it is. complete with the curbs, and just standard 3-to-1 cut and fill slopes. A pretty standard road fit. And that's going to be also part of a targeted surface that we're going to work with to design the rest of our stuff. So I'll now exit my road network. I've got everything back to my road the way it matches this center line. All right, so now how do we set these elevations? Remember, we've set this at 115, but how do we tie it into the ground? And remember, that's going to be with our design pad template. All right, so we've assigned those elevations. We did these edit polyline elevations, and then we're going to use design pad template. So when we choose this, we're going to choose from the surface menu, design pad template, and we're going to process multiple pad polylines in this case, so that we can take care of the parking lot as well as the building all at the same time. And we're going to, then make the edits to keep them from overlapping each other. So we're going to set our parking lot layer with a cut slope of 3, a fill slope of 4, and our building pad with a cut slope of 4 and a fill slope of 3. They can be whatever you wish. And then we'll do this and generate a temporary tin file called pad01. And these layers are going to be a couple of overlaps, and that's what we're going to repair. Okay. So to get that started, let's see, do I have anything filled out for us here? No, not yet. Raise previous multiples. Okay, yeah, so we're going to do this, and we're going to call that pad01 as a surface. So back to our design pad template. So let's go to surface, design pad template. And we're going to keep everything basically the same. We're going to target a surface file. In this case, it will be that ground out there. Now, you could do this in 2 stages. You could build this building pad just like we did earlier, tie it into the existing ground, give that a name, merge that into this existing surface as our merged surface. And then we could do design pad template of the parking lot and tell it to target this new merged surface. So that would take care of that, because if you do each of these individually, targeting this existing grade, this wall back here will jump out here and target down, and then this edge here will jump over into here and target it down or up or whatever it is, and they will overlap. But if you do this right here in our design pad template, we're going to process multiple pad polylines, okay? And so what we're going to do there is we're going to set up this condition if I can see where I did it. Let me see. Oh, right in here. So we're going to do this parking lot first and then tie the building pad into the parking lot. So the parking lot will, now it doesn't tie into the parking lot. It also ties into the existing grade. But when you're doing multiple pad designs, you set up the parameters of one, it gets built, stored, and saved in memory, and then this one gets built next on top of it. So this is a nice little way to control how this stuff grades. And think about this, not just with a building and parking lot, but if you're doing a subdivision and you've got all these building pads, and maybe they're close enough together that if you do a 3-to-1 side slopes for cut and fill, they might overlap. So if you do these as this multiple, and you do these, you stack them up in the order that you want them to be done in, then it makes all of those little temporary merged surfaces in memory and uses that for the target. And then you're left with a final where everything's done all at the same time, and you don't have to go through and do each one. Okay. So we're going to process these multiple pad polylines. Now, if we look at, I'm going to cancel this just a minute, just so you can see this layer is on C proposed PKG, and this layer up here for our building pad is on C proposed building pad. Okay. So when we choose a design pad template, we're going to choose to process multiple pad polylines, which is our setup. And we're going to now choose by percent or by ratio or by degree. So let's add, we'll use the plus button. And oops, let's see, first of all, we don't need to add, I'm going to choose the ... next to the layer name. So we need the layer name for that C proposed parking, which was that parking lot. So I'm going to choose that. So for my parking lot, you can give cut slopes. Let's make cut and fill. Let's see, let's just make them all 3-to-1. And now our building, which was on C prop building pad, choose it. We'll make that 3-to-1, 3-to-1. Again, they can be different if you'd like. So we'll say, okay. So now I have my setup for that multiple side there, and I'm going to call this one now just pad-01, and we'll say, okay. Now, if it goes, we choose our surface, which now is going to be our phase 6 original ground. And now it says select the pad perimeter polylines. So I can just grab them both here. I'm going to just select them by picking on them each. And I want the building pad. So I've got 2 selected. I'll hit enter. So now you see the parking lot gets graded first, and then the building pad gets graded into that temporary surface of the existing ground and the parking lot. And now it says you want to write the final surface. We can create a new surface or say none if you want. Right now, let's say none, because here's what's going to happen. I'm going to say none. Is right in here is that little gotcha area here. So if I look at this stuff, I'm going to turn off these contours here for just a minute. I'm going to go to my view menu and say freeze by pick. I'm going to just pick an intermediate, pick an index, and also the text. All right, so here's what's going to happen is if we were to do this, I'm going to select that and look at it in my 3D viewer. So you would get a surface that has that little raised bump there between the building. So you see the building, because this parking lot was in cut, and it originally went cut way up to here. And then the building came in and graded itself, and it went in cut up to that temporary surface. So you can see it goes up to wherever that used to be up here, and then it got rid of the overlaps. But I don't want that bend in this area. I just want to go from this edge straight down to that edge and take out that up and down, up and down, up and down. So that's going to be just a simple 3D edit. And I've got the same issue over here where I'm actually spilling over into my parking lot. So I'm going to need to, trim these guys off a little bit here and tie the ends of these blue guys back down to this parking lot edge. Okay. So it's just going to be a series of simple edits. I'm going to go out here and say exit from here. And here's how we're going to edit those polylines. So the first thing to do is I'm going to position this up in some kind of perspective view so I can make my 3D edits easier. And I'm going to go back to my 3D viewer. And here I'm going to get myself into a place I say, well, that looks pretty good where I'm at, for what I intend to do. And if I want to set that viewpoint, that perspective out in my drawing, I'm going to go over here now to my settings tab, and I'm going to come down here and choose this button that says CAD view to current, or set the CAD view to the current view. So I'll click that. Now it says your view is now set. Now I'm going to exit this. And that's now put me in this 3D perspective view. Now, if you've not reassigned your mouse buttons, you can also just press and hold the left or press and hold the shift key, and then also press and hold the wheel on the mouse and use that to spin things up. So let's do it like that as well. All right, so what do we have? We've got these items here. So I want to get rid of, where those are. And if I select this, if I select that pad polyline, you see I've got these little vertices right in here, all along it. Let me come back. Let's go back to my top view. You see, and if I select that, either the pad or the parking, either one, you can see that one only has the corners, but if I select this one as my pad, oh, this is the pad, this result of the pad processing, then they are ever so often along that line. They're not exactly directly opposite. If I choose this one now, you see, it puts a vertex every so often along its route. But what I want to use is I need point location. Back at the top view. Yeah, so you see these are actually are two separate lines. And when I spin this up like that, it looks like, so they're just going up. And again, they're just used for visual reference. So what I'm going to do is actually get rid of one side of them, extend the others to the edge, and then connect them onto those same locations. And you can do that several ways. I'm going to spin this thing up in 3D and show you this way. And this is probably the way I would do it the fastest for myself. I'm going to just select this polyline, hover on that grip to where I get the grip. And now am I moving that grip? I'm going to come over here and just let it snap to that endpoint. Okay. And then I'm going to select this line and delete it. And I would go through and do that a couple of times as well. But I'm going to show you a couple of other tools here. So I will now get rid of that one. All right. So another way we can do this is, let's see if we're not quite to there, but we can do this on a couple of other ways. I'm going to put this back into plan view. So I'm going to hit the top of my cube where I'm going to type the word plan and hit enter. Now I've changed these particular ones. You see, they're no longer um, two separate ones. And you notice they're also at a slightly different angle because I went from that vertex to that vertex. And you see these are drawn actually perpendicular to those lines. And that part doesn't matter. It's just that you've done something by a different method. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of these little short lines and get rid of them. So I'm just going to draw, well, I can't draw a window around that. I'm going to need to draw a special window. I'll type erase. And now it wants me to select. And if I said window, it's going to make that square window. But you can make this a different selection technique. And in AutoCAD, you can do that pretty automatically with the mouse. But we want to do instead of a inclusion window, we're going to say, if I can remember how it's done, WP. Yeah, it's the inclusion polyline. So you're going to pick a point here and a point here. And now we're going to come out here and go all the way down to past this little red point there. I'm going to click here. I'll click here. And now you see, I'll get all of those little short guys and then just right click the mouse. I've now selected those and I'll hit enter to finish my selection. And so it got rid of all those little short pieces there. Now, I'm in plan view, perpendicular here. This is a 3D polyline, but if I extend them out to this line, by plan view, I'm going to select that polyline, which is right there. I'm going to right click and choose extend. I'm just going to click each of these lines so that they go all the way up to that edge. But in so doing, have I placed them on that line? And the answer there, of course, would be if I select all of these, get this as well, if I view it. And now you can see, well, let me get more of it so you can see all the context. All right, so now you see the first two I've changed, but these now, and I'm no longer in plan view, all I did was extend them to go out to there in plan view, but their elevations are still what they used to be. So how do I get that elevation to fall back onto that line? And that's with another tool we have here. I will exit my viewer. And I'm going to, even though they're already 3D now, I'm going to go back to my 3D menu and I'm going to say 2D to 3D, even though they're not 2D, but it'll still work with this. And I'm going to choose this to go by screen entities. Click. Okay. So I can give a little tolerance value for intersections there. That's fine. I can ignore any zero elevation. So if I select something that has a zero elevation, it's not going to use it. You can extrapolate the ends, keep the existings, all these different things. Set a different layer name for it converted if you wish. Or use elevations of proximity entities, which is really what we're going to do, even though it's not touching it, but we're going to, the fact that we extended, they now touch, and so that will work. So I'm going to say, okay. And it says select the polylines to convert. That's what it says on the line above the select entity. So the ones we want to convert are these down here, not the two. They've already been done. So if I select, and now I can get this as a window, make sure I've got, there was the last one. Yep, that's the ones I want to convert. I'm going to say enter to finish the selection. Now it says select entities, but the line above says select any surface 3D faces, lines, and polylines. Well, what I want it to connect to and to touch on are my my parking lot, and I would just choose that one from the pad. I'm going to choose the building pad. I'll choose that one from the pad and say enter. Okay, boom, converted 7 polylines from 2 intersections. So look at that in our viewer to verify it. Before we go further, we now spin this thing up and we look at that and we say, oh, okay, that did exactly what I wanted it to do. It went edge to edge and it's a little bit of a warpager. And yet, you see these green lines? That was the original boundary around our work. I no longer need this part of it, so I need to make some edits on that as well. I also am going to need to do that same trick down here for this particular tie. So I'm going to basically run this out to here when it hits this edge, trim everything off to there, and then set their elevations along that edge. Okay. So let's do that next. I'm going to exit here. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to use this polyline. I'm going to select it. Doesn't matter which one I use. And I'm going to right click and choose trim, just a standard CAD trim. So if I trim the green line, that's the original outline, that's fine. And I'm going to select these lines as they cross. So there's that one, there's that one. There's sort of a faster way of doing this. If I type F as a selection method to use a fence, it lets me do a crossing line. So I pick a point and I'm going to just drag it down here to make sure that I'm past this end of this. click there, hit enter, and now, of course, it didn't work. All right, let's try that again. Let's just type TRIM, hit enter, select the cutting edge, and now we can use fence because it's a slightly different command there instead of the right-click trim. So I'll slide down here, grab all of those, and now you see they've trimmed that back to that edge. So now everything hits that edge, everything hits this edge up here. I now also have this little, oops, let me undo that one. I'll try it one more time. Select that as my trim and select by fence. Starting there, going past the last one right in here. Hit enter and then enter again to finish. Now, this guy, you see, starts here. That was the original outline of the pad grading. So I'm going to get rid of it from here all the way around to, say, this point here. Okay. So to do that, I want to erase this segment right here. So I'm basically separating this off of this. And then I'll just select that line and get rid of it. So that is our edit, polyline utilities, remove polyline. There's that remove polyline segment. And the segment I want to remove is actually this one, but it's overlapped. So I'll pick that one. It's now done. I'll now select this, and I'll see that it goes all around up here in the back, and I don't need it. I'm just going to delete it. Now, what is this line? And you see it's got a vertex out here that overlap there. So I'm just going to drag it off to the side, and you can then right click and just choose remove vertex as you hover over that grip. All right, so there's that one. This one comes around and touches here, and this goes up originally to there. So I don't need that. I don't need those two. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to get rid of that, this little segment here, this first segment. So I'm going to choose the tool now from the toolbar to remove polyline segment. I'll grab that and then select this one, which you see is just that, get rid of that. And now I'm going to do something with this leftover little teeny stub here. I'm going to grab that grip and I'm going to drag that all the way over here to the end point of that right there. And because sometimes when you're doing this in plain view, I'm going to spin this up and make sure it did actually connect. It looks like it did. Okay. So that will fix that boundary. We'll heal that back in a minute as to being a complete polyline. So let's go back to our plan view, back to top. And we got rid of that. We now have this as a segment. This is a segment. But what we want to do is to sort of make this a complete closed figure. So I'm going to isolate the layers that have, well, not the layers. Let me see. If I want to, instead of isolating the layers, I'm going to go to view and I'm going to say show hide by selection. I'm going to isolate by selection. I'm going to get that line. I'm going to get that line. So that goes around here. Make sure I've got everything that I want. And I will then hit enter. And so now everything's gone at that point. So these little segments right here on the ends of this, I don't need anymore. So I'm going to use this line here and right click and trim. And I'm going to trim that back. Okay, so I've now will have, if I join these two things together, I've got one here, I've got one here, I can make that into a closed polyline. And so you can do that with the standard poly edit command, or I can go to my edit polyline util, or not polyline utilities, but join nearest, which is also on the polyline toolbar. It shows those two arrows pointing toward each other. So I'm going to join nearest. I've got a bunch of different options here. I can just say fill it with a radius of 0. So if they don't exactly meet, it will, you got a tolerance gap up here, and they do happen to meet. And so I'm just going to say, okay. I'll select both of those, hit enter, and now when I select it, I see it is one entire closed polyline. And I'm going to use that as my surface boundary when I make my combined building pad and parking lot. Now, I've got this isolated, so I'm going to go back to view, show hide by isolation, and then show all, and it's going to put it back to the way I had it before. And now you see I've got this line. We trimmed off that little bit because I wanted to make this a closed figure and not come around, and do that kind of thing. So all I need to do now is I want to put in a 3D line from here to this point. Or I could take these and then connect them down to that edge there, but there's no need. I'm just going to use the same effect. I basically just could have broken that line, kept that piece, and then turned that into a joint. I'm going to draw a 3D polyline this time, snapping to the ends of these blue lines and this green line here. So I'm going to go to my draw menu and choose draw 3D polyline. Will not use the current drawing properties, but I will pick, I'm going to pick one of these blue lines. That's what I'm going to use to draw with. And I'm going to say, okay. And I'm going to start by snapping to that endpoint and then just snap to the endpoints of each of these fields. And so now I have that as a piece of 3D data. Okay. So now what do we have in our little design scenario? We'll view that in 3D. I've now trimmed out that edge here, so it now has this sort of a gentle slope here. Then it gets, steeper and steeper because this parking lot goes down in the front. If I look around on this side of it, you see I now come out here too, and let's see. Oh, look at that. Look what I didn't do yet. And this is why we use that viewer. Remember I trimmed off those blue lines with that edge of the parking lot? But look at how they're up in the air. So what I need to do is to take this blue line all the way back to the start of this blue line, to the start of these lines that where I trimmed them, and drape them on this edge. See, that's a very excellent use of this 3D viewer that we can tell that would cause us some problems. And you can't see that in plan view. Okay, so let's go back to plan. We're going to exit this. I'm now going to set those. And the first one I want to choose is this, is the first one. Let me see. Let me choose those three and see which one of those is missing. Spin it around here. When I get back to, yeah, so this one's okay. This one needs to jump down to there. So starting with this endpoint right here, I need to change that one to drape onto here. And then I also need to change the end of this green back to the new point that we're going to set. Okay. So this first one, so I'm going to change from here back to wherever I finished the grip, and we'll just select more than we need perhaps. So let's go to 3D data, 2D to 3D by screen entities. Same deal that we had before. Say okay. And now select the ones I want to convert. Well, I want to convert this one and this one, and this one, and all of these ones that I trimmed. So I'll just get all of those. And I don't remember how far back, but it won't matter. I'm going to type F to select by fence. I'm going to drag across all of those. I know the red ones were good. And say enter. So now I've told it what to convert. I hit enter to finish. And it says now select the things I want to drape to. So I'm going to choose the building pad. And I'm going to choose the parking lot pad. I'll hit enter. Now it's made those elevations. I need to also set this one up, just that particular point. So I'm going to grab that grip and snap to that grip. I do need to verify that in my viewer because sometimes in the old versions, at least, of IntelliCAD, if you were in plan view, yeah, see right there, when you're in plan view, it doesn't pick up the actual elevation. It keeps its elevation. It just moves it X, Y to that location. So two ways of doing this. You can set your perspective view by holding the shift key and pushing up and change it that way. Now, when you're in a non-plan view, that'll work. But there's another little trick as well. Sure, Ben, this is just a CAD trick. We want to relocate this grip and we want to keep its X and Y location to be the same where it is, but we just simply want to change its elevation. And these are what we call dot filters. So I'm going to go back in my plan view and come down here, zoom in. So if I want to move this point, I'm going to just hover in there, grab the grip. I'm going to move it around. It says, where do you want to move it to? Well, this is called a dot filter. If I say dot X, Y, that means hold the X and Y coordinate. And I hit enter and it says the X and Y of what? Well, maybe I'll select, the endpoint of that line. Now it says I still need Z. And so that Z is I'm going to select the endpoint of that blue line. Okay. So what we've done now is you see the effects of that were to place it right down on that location. Now you can do dot filters are really handy. So let's say if I needed to move the endpoint of this line to be the, let's see, here's my X. Well, let's make it, and you can do dot X, you can do dot Y, dot Z, or dot XY, or dot YZ. But if I say, and you could even say dot XYZ, I think, dot XYZ. No, so it's only dot X, dot XY, dot Y, or dot YZ, or dot Z by itself. You can do dot XZ and it still needs Y. So dot filtering means it's going to prompt you for a location and it's going to hold whatever you have told it in the dot that you want to hold. So if I want to put this at the same horizontal location as this point right here, but I want its elevation to be the same elevation as, say, this point back here. So I'm going to move this guy, and as I'm moving, it wants to know a point. So I'm going to say, let's say the dot X. So that X is going to be, say, at that point. And now it says, okay, I still need Y and Z. So where do I want Y to be? So let's say dot Y of, we'll select this point up here. And now it still needs Z. So we'll just come down here and select that corner. Okay. So now it's moved it to be the same X coordinate. See, I'm located right above the end of this line. That's how far X I went. And it went up as high as the end of that line. You see, it's straight across from that point. So it went to this X, to that Y, and it went to that Z, which you can verify by looking at it here and maybe selecting the elevation. I see that elevation as I hover the mouse. I look down here on my command line or my status bar. And I see it's 114.7601. And if I select this guy right here, let me just select one and hover in the grip. It's 114.7601. So that's how dot filtering works. And let's now put this back in this perspective view. I should be in good shape now. I'll just grab this and bring it back down where it used to be, snapping in on that corner. All right, back to our plan view. We've got everything ready to go. We verify that one last time in our 3D viewer. We load it up, make sure that our edges all touch. We've got a nice perimeter. We've got all of these lines that are going to help define this as a surface. We've now cleaned out this little ridge line in here. Any alterations we made to this, to the edges that we bound, we've draped. Looks like everything is good to go all the way around. Okay, so we're good to go. Let's make a surface out of that. So in making a surface, now remember we did design pad to generate all this information, but now we've got a boundary and we have data. That's all we need to make a surface. So I'm going to go to my surface menu and choose triangulate and contour, which is this third guy down. And I'm going to go to my triangulate tab. I'm going to say write a triangulation file, hit the select button, and I'm going to type this as my BLDG-PKG. This is my building and parking. That's my file name. I will use the inclusion and exclusion areas. That's going to be this inclusion boundary. I will choose my erase previous contour entities. I'm going to turn that off right now because I don't want it to erase my existing contours. Even though they're turned off and I can't see them, they're still there, and I don't want it to erase that. I will ignore any zero elevations. Now, I don't need this minimize flats because I may have some flat triangles and I want to keep them flat. That's usually only done if, and I also don't need this one. That's usually only done if your source data is contour lines, but I'm not. I've got 3D lines. So use inclusions, ignore zeros. I could densify these break lines. If these only had the 4 points out here, I'd get these long, huge triangles. But my pad has put these points, all these kind of point, all the way across those. So I don't really need to densify those, but you could if you wanted, and it only does it in memory. It doesn't add vertices into the polylines in the drawing. So that's a nice little thing it had. And here's our contour tab. I'm going to uncheck that for right now, and we'll contour those later. I'm going to double check my selection, make sure nothing's filtered. I'm good to go. I'm going to say okay. Now it says select entities, but reading the line above, it wants me to select any inclusion perimeter polylines. Well, there is that inclusion. So anything within that is going to be part of that surface. I'm going to hit enter to finish that selection. It now says select entities, but the line above is changed to say select any exclusion polylines. Now you could maybe choose the building as an excluded area, and so it would not define the surface here. But I'm building this as a surface, a flat surface that the building is going to sit on. So I'm not going to have any exclusions. So I'll just hit enter because I don't have any. And now it says, okay, select the points and break lines you want to triangulate. Well, I'll just go ahead and grab a window around it all and hit enter. Off it goes with no errors because I fixed all of those little dangling lines and tied them back down. I can now view my surface, which was my building parking. There it is. And you can see it. And there's the triangles that resulted from that. Okay. I'm just coloring them in or not. And I can even go to my settings tab and let's draw the contours. So we'll display contours. Now those are 1 foot contours right there. If I want to match my existing, I can make that 5 foot. So that's a 5 foot contour interval. Doesn't show enough cross there, but if I have a 1 foot interval, now notice the contouring in the parking lot. The building, of course, is flat, so there's no contours there. This edge here, this is a cut slope, and you can see how that contoured out. And down here's your fill slopes, same deal, and the slope in between. But notice the parking lot has a, go back to my plan, but you see how the contours look? Because this side was steeper than this side. You see, my flow direction is going to be perpendicular to these contours. So my water is going to just drain naturally all the way down to this corner. All I really need in this parking lot is going to be a single inlet down in that corner. I don't need any more pipes and inlets other than that one, or I could just break the curb and let it trickle off the edges. Maybe trickle it this way so it goes down that little groove. Because what else is sitting in there on the existing ground? Let's put that existing ground into it. And so that would be, now this existing ground you got to realize is going to be cut away. And when it gets to this, we could direct our flow right down here and just let it roll down in here until it found the creek. Okay. So that's another good example of setting that grading for us. We've got the road. We could now tie this road into that road as a uh, as an intersecting road into here. We could use that as part of, let RoadNet handle this intersection. We could then set this to be our targeted surface and then bring that road in, and it can target in the returns of the pavement. We put a nice curve in here to bring it in perpendicular to our road, and that could be our access road into our parking lot. Okay, so I'm going to hit save on my drawing, and we're going to take our little 15, excuse me, a little back spasm there, a little 15-minute break, or maybe 16 and a half minutes now. We'll come back at 3:30 and we'll wrap up the rest of this by grading or designing that roadway in from our main road into our design parking lot. And then we'll talk about some other options like calculating earthwork. What else? Now, Patrick, I have not forgotten that you said you wanted to sort of refresh a little bit on some brake line stuff. So we're going to look at that as well. And there's a couple of things in the book that really, for me, once I discovered this concept with brake lines, they became easy. I understood what they were at this point. And the answer is that they're just basically edges. And but we'll talk about that and I'll show it to you as an example. I'll let you see that in the book. Okay. So with that being said, any questions at this point? I know it's been sort of like getting sprayed down with a fire hose, trying to get all this information, but everybody good? Okay. Well, let's come back at 3:30. I'll pause that recording. And all right, so where we can go from here, we're going to tie this road in to um, our targets here. And we're going to use RoadNet to handle this intersection here. And we're also going to do it down here. We're going to do this a little special way. We're going to do a little cheap project. So right now I want to, I'm going to turn off these contours for right now. So I'm going to go to view, freeze, layer by pick. I'll just pick the index, the intermediates, and the labels. There we go. So now they're out of our way. And what I want to do is remember, we've got this existing ground, we've got the road net as a surface, and we have this road here that's going to tie into this road. And it's going to have this intersection. It's going to regrade all of that into that road net surface. So this surface will change. It's going to go away. But where it's going to target is this existing ground. But when it comes up to this end, I want it to target this surface. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to merge my pad area into my existing ground and let that be the target for RoadNet. So the first thing to do is go to the Surface menu and Triangulation File Utilities. I'm going to load the base, which is my Phase 6 original. There it is. I'm going to go Next, and I'm going to merge into it, those same defaults, the building parking surface. So I'll now do that. It's now going to close that. I'll shade this in and I can see there now will be that merged surface that I'm going to bring my road into that as part of my target. Okay, I'm going to save that as, I'm going to call this EG dash pads. Let's say, yeah, EG dash pads. That's going to be that surface. I will exit and just verify that that merged correctly with my EG pads view. And let's turn off these display contours, or maybe display them as 5s. So there now is that target surface. The road's not part of this yet. Okay, so we're going to let it recreate this. All right. So now we have Maple Avenue, we have this, and we're going to use this, and it's going to, remember that edge of pavement, if we have the same name, that's going to be what makes the transition. Well, when it comes up here, we need a transition on this edge here too. So what we need to do is we're going to make a little dummy road right here that has an edge of pavement right along the edge of that parking lot. And we're going to make it be that exact same edge of pavement. Or, you know, we're going to lay this center line down. We're going to use the profile to be that surface. And then when it ties this in here, ties this into that edge, the pavement's going to come around and you'll see a little curb return on that. Okay. So let's start by getting on a center line layer. So I'm going to come up here and select that layer to draw my center line on my dummy center line. So I'm going to go to draw a 2D polyline, and I'm going to pick the line I want. I'm going to pick the one that's on C Road CTLN, C Road center line, and I'm going to say okay. And I'm going to come in here, I'm going to draw it right on this edge itself. I'm going to go to snap to that corner, snap to that corner. It's now there. I need to move that or offset it. I'm just going to put it, say, 5 feet away to keep it off the edge here a little bit, and we'll make our pavement width for that 5 feet. So I'm going to simply do a standard offset, which is from my modify toolbar, or you can go to edit, offset, standard offset. And you can only do this on 2D geometry. So I'm going to say 5 is my distance. I'm going to pick that original line there, that poly line that I just drew, and I'm going to go to this side. All right, so there it is. Now I'm going to erase, I'm going to select that polyline, the original, and delete it. So I now have this as my center line of my little dummy road, okay? So I'm going to turn that into a center line file. Now remember, I drew it from this corner to that corner. Maybe I want it from this corner to that corner to do a right side edge or a left side edge. I think we're okay like it is. So we're going to turn that into a centerline file. We're going to turn this into a centerline file, all as part of RoadNet. And we're going to make a little temporary dummy road right in there, and then we'll get rid of it later. So let's go back to RoadNet and choose on the road menu, we'll go down and choose Road Network. And we'll just keep that same Maple Avenue, but we're going to now add these two roads. So I'm going to add a road, screen pick a polyline, and I'm going to screen pick this guy right here. Boom. It says no centerline file, so I'll assign a centerline file to that. I'm going to call this my access road. All right, so now I have the center line. It wants a profile. Here's our design template, but now design template, we need to choose a different one now. We're going to make this one a different template. We're not going to have curbs on it. We're just going to have the road. So I'm going to choose that one that we had to start with, and I'll go ahead. Let's see, no sidewalk, and we'll open. And I'm going to edit that, and I'm going to make some changes here. I'm going to take the curb. Well, let's see, we'll leave the curbs on that access road. We'll get that little buffer area. That'll be all right. We'll keep that one as it is. Let's exit that and leave it alone. All right, now the next thing, we're going to say okay to that. It comes back. Let's add this little dummy road. So I'm going to now add a road, screen pick a polyline. There it is. We'll assign a centerline file to it, and we're going to call it dummy. And we'll say save. No dummy road. And we're going to make it a separate design template series now. And we're going to call this one a new one. And this is going to, we'll call it dummy. And that template is going to be, we're going to edit it. And it's basically going to go from the center line. Now, when I drew it from this direction to that direction. So on the left, I'm going to uncheck this same as left for the right. And on the left, I'm going to add a grade. I'm just going to make it flat, dead flat at 0%, 5 feet away. And my ID, I just hit set. I'm going to choose EP so it has that same name. I'll say okay. And there it is. So there's my center line from here to here, and it goes that way 5 feet. Now, for this to work, let me say save and exit and say okay. Now, for this to work, this center line can't stop right here. It needs to intersect this center line, so it defines it as an intersection. So I want to simply extend that over to this line. And when I do that, I'm going to be modifying this polyline. I'll just grip edit that and pull it here and say snap perpendicular to my center line. So now I've extended that center line. And if I double click that now, it would be a slightly different one where we started at a different, at this back location. All right, so now I need to fit a curve, fit a curve in there. So I'll be sitting on, see, there's my first line, there's my second line. So I started this intersection back here at the center of the road. So this one goes in this direction. So I'm going to now start here at my first line. I'm going to fit a curve in there. And let's make that 150 feet, see if it'll fit. And say, okay. Yeah, that'll be a nice little gradual curve. And I will save that and exit. Now, what we would normally do when we let this process, remember it's got to target a surface, but the surface it needs to target is that combined surface that we did now. So in doing that, we need to go back to our settings in RoadNet and change the surface. So right now you see that existing surface is set to that original. So I'm going to choose that button and I'm going to choose this EG and pads that we did just a minute ago. That's my target. Say okay. I'm going to save my settings there. Now, one other little change that we need to make. I kept this template to be the same as this main road, but I may not need a 24-foot wide. Maybe I just want my lanes to be, well, let's see. I don't want to run off the edge over here if I get it, if I'm tie that into that edge. Let me see. What is this distance? If I go from here to here, that's 30 feet. So if I'm 12 feet out, I'm down to 18 feet left. So I will need intersection radii to be considerably less than my defaults for that intersection. So let me see. Let's save this. Let me exit that. It didn't find that intersection yet. I'll come back to road network. Now there's the intersection. So when it finds that intersection, I'm going to template EP is not found for intersection on the right side of template. Dummy. I thought we did. Let's cancel that and go back to dummy. And let's edit that. And that grade point. Oh, it's for the right side. Okay, yeah, of course. The left side is the only one we had. We don't need the right side. It's just a warning. So we don't really need it. So that part's okay. Now let's go to this intersection here and let's tighten up the, there's the left. Instead of a 40-foot radius, we're going to tighten this down to, let's see, we've got 30 feet. So let's make that a 20-foot radius, see if we can get by with that. And do the same thing on the back left, 20 feet. Say okay. All right. Now we also need to specify the primary road is our access road. Yeah, save those. Now access road, front left 20, front right, there we go. All right, so that part's fine. Now we're going to go up here to this intersection. I think we had 40 footers in there. We can even make those a little bit bigger. Front right, let's make those say 50 feet. Back right, 50 feet. All right, so we've now set our parameters on our intersections. We need to work on the profiles of this road and the profiles of this road. So dummy, if I double click that and I look at my design profile and edit it, what I'm going to see is in my setup, my reference surface is that. Show the reference surface, no offsets, that's okay. That shows the intersection that dummy is going to have. So that's where it crosses that and comes back down. Okay, actually it's reading this profile here that got established. Let me exit this profile and let's do the access road profile first so we tie down. So let's edit that profile. There we go. So now we start back here and we come off that, come down here, and then when it gets here, there's just a break point, and then it comes back down to our existing grade right here. So that part should be fine, but I need to give this a vertical curve. Don't really need, yeah, that curve because it's coming off the intersection. That's our transition. There's our transition. Now this curve, let's set that up to be, oh, let's make it a 100-foot curve. There it is. So it's going to come down slightly off the road and come back up and level off until it levels into this last point. And there I can just set that depth to a flat 0. Hit enter. Okay. So that now you can, and you can see this bank right there. See, that's that existing grade. So right now it comes off of there and it hits right there and then it drops down here to our parking lot level. So that now is going to be my access road profile. Let's save that. And well, let me see if I'm out here, make sure I go to the end. Yep. And let's exit our editor, say okay. And now let's set the dummy profile. And let's look at its profile. There we go. So there's the existing grade. It's coming from here, coming across here. As it crosses, you see it's crossing that intersection. So if we hold the crown there, that's fine, but I need to make this correspond to that existing grade out in there. So to do that, let's see, here's my -17. Get -17 and 30, then 42. So that's the transition. Now I want to take that transition PVI out. So I'll just select that line and remove that PVI. And I'm going to make that have a depth of 0. I think that will, yep. So now I'm here and I'm on the first one. Let's set that also to a flat 0. And now I'm exactly where that surface is supposed to be with this little transition curve in here. I'm going to also remove that one. So I'll remove that PVI. I'll remove that PVI. Go back and reset my depths are at 0 and at 0. I will save and exit that. Now, when we process this, let's save it, and let's process this, and we'll see how all this stuff gets done. Warning, the EP is not found on the right side. That's okay. We're only using it temporarily to set the left edge. Unable to tie to existing because cut and fill slopes are undefined in the template. Ah, okay. All right, I see what it was doing there. So let's go back to the dummy and look at that template again. We need to add the cuts and fills. So we're going to add just a standard 3-to-1. Here's a 3 for the cut, and the fill is a 3. And it will only go on the outside. It's also going to generate stuff out here. Let's see if I save that. And then reprocess. Couldn't find the edge of pavement. That's fine. Okay, so that should have done what we needed. Let's save and exit and see what we've got. So we've got a little bit of road surface right in here that we can trim off. We can get rid of that surface. Wait, I see we got these curves in there. There wasn't enough room to get them in here. Okay, so let's go back to road network, and let's change that intersection again. Double click that. Not, that's fine. So access road's the main road. Let's see if we set their dummy as the main road. Let's make these 10-foot radius curves. Tied to existing, that's fine. Say okay. Now, let's look at its profile. That stays the same, that's good. And let's look at our access road profile real quick. So now here's where we're there, and here's where we come into there, and then down in here's where we actually intersect at that point. So that should work. Say okay, save our changes, we'll process. Couldn't find the template ID, that's fine. There we go, I'm getting, you see that edge of the pavement? The curb ends, but the pavement actually comes in here and ties. That curb should have gone like that curb. Didn't have quite enough. Because this curb didn't. Let's set that intersection, which would be front, be back, left. That one, let's not tie. Say okay, reprocess. Yeah, it's still not, I'd have to manually come in here and turn and extend these curb lines out. It's what it's looking like it's running into. Let me try. Let's go ahead and tie to existing, and let's give that, let's turn it down to about an 8 foot and see if that tightens it up enough to get in there. No, it's still going to trim, I think. Yeah, it's still going to brighten. So I would just have to simply bring those curb edges around in my file. So let's save this and exit that. And now we have this new surface for our road. If we look at that, we've got our, was it Maple Avenue Surf? So there you can see where the road goes. And you see right in here, the pavement went around, the curb stopped in both places. Okay, it stopped okay there, which was exactly what we were after. Now, we could trim off, you see the surface is actually defined out to here. It includes this little piece as part of that surface. So we can actually take away from that surface, now that we've created this. So when we do here, we have this as our perimeter polyline. Okay, so if I want to clip this surface that this surrounds, and I want to clip it, let's see, let's find the actual perimeter. So there's the closed polyline that goes all the way around my surface. So I'm going to edit that closed polyline to pull this part of it back into here. Okay. So I'm going to select that guy and I'm going to isolate the parking lot. So I'm going to isolate these two layers. I'm going to isolate the perimeter layer and the proposed parking lot area. Or let's do the pad so we'll get those edges too. All right, so what I need to do is I need to edit this polyline so that it comes around here, drops down here, comes up to here, and stops right there and comes back down this line. So I'm going to do that by just drawing a trim line and then trimming this back to that, and then we'll close it. So I'm going to just draw a 2D polyline, and let's put it on the current layer, which I'm on perimeter. So I'm going to say okay. So I'm going to go from here to here, and I'm going to select that line, and I'm going to right click and trim, and I'm going to trim that. So now that comes back here and stops. And I'll even take, well, you can leave that little piece on there if you'd like. So now I can take this guy away. I can delete that. And what I need to do now is to close this polyline. So now it's open. So I select it and it says close no. If I say closed yes, it's now closed. Okay, so that's now my inclusion figure of my RoadNet surface. So again, back to triangulation file utilities, I'm going to load the TIN file, and I'm going to load up that Maple Avenue surface. That's the RoadNet itself. And I'm going to, before I go to next, I'm going to say pick the bounding polylines. And so the bounding polyline will be that one right there. I'll say enter. We're done. No exclusions. So we hit enter. So now we've got a bounding polyline. So we're going to be trimming it down this line right here. Okay. So now I'm going to say, I'm just going to go to next, or I'm sorry, we can go to next. And now that I've got that with a bounding polyline, I'm going to do a save as at this point. I'm not going to send the outsides, just the insides and the border. Save as, and I'm going to call that Maple Avenue surf dash trimmed, if you wish. Save, it's okay. We'll now exit. And now let's restore our layer so everything comes back. And let's look at, if we get rid of that, that's my figure. So if we get rid of this one, look at it again and get rid of that one, just to get them out of the drawing. And then we can get rid of everything there. And we could trim off those edges there if we'd like. Again, use that as on my pad. Use that to trim. Let's select this again, the road perimeter. And now we trim this. You could even trim that back now if you'd like, but that's going to affect the center line, so I'm going to leave it alone. I will trim the 3D stuff. And there was the 2D. Think here, let me make sure that's the right, yeah, the 2D. Take the 2D and we'll bring this guy back to the intersection of that. And that now is the center line, but I'll take this original polyline. That's the center line 3. That's the 3D part. Yeah, that now defines that center line definition. So if I can just edit or exit that, I wouldn't have to show it necessarily. Let's see, let's select that and get rid of it. And this now is my center line 2D. C road center line is what I want to put that on. So I'm going to make that layer C road center line. There we go. So now that's my assumed center line from this roadway out to here. I now have this clipped surface, so I'm going to merge this roadway, this clipped roadway, into this overall total um, surface that we had. So I'm going to go to Surface, Triangulate File Utilities. We're going to load up the base that we used, which was our EG pads base. So that has our pads in it right over there. We're going to go next, and we're going to merge the trimmed roadway surface. Cancel that. We'll take a look at this in our little view and see how that road comes right up into here, stops at our parking lot. And now, you might want to adjust some grading right in here. You might want to, manually do some edits there. We'll save this out and we're going to call this total merged. We'll exit and we'll view that. And now you see we've got our access road that comes into our parking lot. You can see where the curbs come here, and there's this little bit of wonkiness right in here that you could get rid of. And you could do it even straight like this. You could go to my arrow selector and I want to remove a point. Let's see if I get rid of that high spot and that high spot. I'm chasing that. I might need to rather put in a break line. We go from down here up to here. And then if we also went from down here up to here, it's got too many crossings that it's doing in there. Let's turn on my triangle edges. So right in here, if I wanted that to come down, it follows here and it ties back to there. I could do a break line from here up to here. And can I? Don't want to remove the point. So what do I have right in there? Let's spin this a little bit. See, I've got this ridge line coming up like this. So you could actually we could remove all of those points. Let's come back to, let's remove points. I don't want to chase points all day is the problem, but let's see what happens if we do that. Can't get any closer like that. Let's see. I want to remove that point. There we go, and remove that low point there. Maybe remove that point. And there now is going to be up and then back down. Let's remove this low spot here. Maybe a couple of them in here as well. All right, so that now ties back here. Let's get rid of this one. We could even see if I chase that all the way around. Let's see if I can add a break line from here now down to here. I don't think it's going to let me. There we go. That's brought it up. And yeah, so that'll be a little bit better. So if I say exit, we'll save the modifications and we'll call it total merged dash edited. Now let's view that surface again. Turn off these triangles. And so there you can see we've cleaned up a little bit of that in there. There's still some stuff. We could get rid of this edge here. Let's see, maybe do a break line from there across to there instead of this one. So that would eliminate that coming around the edge. Okay. So a number of things we could do in there. And so a lot of that would be to get rid of, say, this is the feature that's causing it, and that, and as it rolls around this ridge line here, that was that little convoluted area in our intersection processing. So, you could clean that up with a little bit of manual edits and come up with this nice little total package where we put a building in, a parking lot, tied the roads together, and the road actually curves around. So if we look at that surface with the total merged, edited, added here in a minute, let's put our trimmed roadway so we have the colors. And let's turn off our contours. And let's go to the Model tab and add that edited merged surface. And there you can see how it all lays in together right in there. So again, you might want to, do some manual additions to that surface by adding some break line data in there and trimming up those little intersection points. But that's how that process works. Again, just sort of a stepwise approach as we do this grading. Okay. So now let's turn on all my layers, and I'm going to freeze by pick these little pad layers. And I need to draw the grading contours for my pad. Let's see. Let me turn that pad layer back on a minute here. So if I limit the contours, I need a new trim line to come and stop at the road. Let me see what I want to do with this. Excuse me, I could, let's do this. Now I've got a surface that includes the road and the pad, or do I? Let me see. Let's freeze off this pad layer. Now, the surfaces that I've used, there's my total merged. That's everything total. Here's my trimmed road. And here's my existing ground and pads, but I had a pad surface here, my pad. Oh, building parking. That's building parking. So if I take building parking and merge it together with my road trimmed, I can contour that separately, or I can also take the pad surface and take this surface in as a clipping feature. That would be what I'll do. Aha. So let's contour the pad area. We'll use these same contours, which happen to be C road contour IDX and I and D. So we're going to draw with a surface contour from a tin file, and the tin file we're going to try to draw the contours of are this road merged, not the road EG, but the pad, the building pad, which was, let me see if I can find it again. My EG, not RoadNet. So building parking. That's the one. I want to contour that surface right there. But remember, it spilled over into this road design here a little bit. So I can limit what draws out of that surface by going onto my contour tab. Now I'm going to select the same layers as my roads. Let's say C dash road. dash cont as a filter. So there's my intermediates. And I'll just copy that, Control C, come down here and copy this and Control V, but change the int to IDX. I'm not going to label them. I'll just let it cut in. I will come back here and make sure that I have use inclusion and exclusion areas. I'll say okay. So now it wants to know an inclusion polyline. Well, that was that green outline, but I don't need it because the surface isn't defined outside of it anyway. So I'm just going to say enter. Now in the exclusions, now here is the part that I'm going to use to hide the contours that would show up underneath that area. So that's exclusion. And now there you see the contours draw and they tie right into the road contours, but they're actually separately drawn. And I used this outline to suppress the contours from this. See, they would go all the way around or come on around and tie here. This would tie to the next one down, that sort of thing. So that now is there's your grading plan. And you could even, let's get rid of the perimeter. So there's your total design. There's your grading plan, all your contours. You got your pad set, and there is a contour line underneath there, and that is what was the elevation of 115, because our building pad's at 115. So there's actually a contour line that comes around that to 115, and it ties right there at that existing ground, and it ties here at that existing ground. That's the 115 line. Okay. So that contour there is also at 115. All right, so there is that total package, the total design. You've got all these independent little surfaces. We've done some mergings. We've clipped the contour draw with a couple of things we see. Now, we don't have enough contour interval to show. Remember when we did the ones in there? We had, you could see those crossing contours. So it showed this water pitching down the surface. But there's another little thing on our hydro. If I go to my hydro module and I want to just do, I think we have to do, let me see, I might be able to do it in civil. Let's come back here and see if we can do like a water drop. Let me switch to hydro and see what the command is. When I do runoff tracking, that's called runoff. Okay, so if I go to help and use command search for runoff, see if it's under civil. I don't have anything under civil. It's hydrology and natural regrading construction. All right, so just to exit it, I'll stay here in hydro and let's do a runoff tracking. And the surface, let's just use that total merged, edited. And we're going to just do pick individually, 3D lines if you wish. And let's do, see what happens when it rains. So I'm going to say, okay. It's going to read the surface in. And now if I pick a point out here, it's going to drain like this, go down across their parking lot and come out the end. If I pick a point in my parking lot, it comes down here, crosses, and comes down that slope line. Same thing here, from here to here. It hits if I look at that line, so when the water hits it right in here, it's steep enough to come down and run the curb, and then it crosses down here and goes all the way out. There's my discharge area for all of those runoffs. I'll pick a point. So that's going to go down there. It's going to hit the curb and run the curb and come down there. Although I didn't put curbs on this, I could have. Same thing there. And then same thing for this one. It sort of jumps, runs down, hits that, runs down, and goes out to low spot. Okay. So we've proved our design. I'm going to erase by layer now, clear, select from the screen, get the runoffs out of there. All right, so there we go. We've got that done. Patrick, to go back now and talk a little bit about this grading issue and brake lines. I'm going to show you the tricks, if you will. I'm going to go back here to my manual, and I'm going to look at this important concepts business down here when we talk about surfaces and contours as terrain modeling. And this gives you a little bit of background about what's going on with terrain modeling, what we're doing with it. But here are the basics. So I'm going to refer you to this part for some self-study. But right in here illustrates this concept. When the computer triangulates data and makes it into a surface. Now, we've used some tools that automatically did that for us. We've talked about how we could do those manually by selecting inclusions and selecting the data and building stuff accordingly. But what happens is the computer sits on each point that it finds, whether it's an individual point or if it's a vertex in a polyline. But when it sits on a point, let's say we sit down here at this 110 point, it's going to look around itself in 360 degrees, and it's going to look for other points or points within polylines with 3D, elevated polylines. So when it sits here and it looks around itself, it looks over and it finds this point and it draws this triangle edge. So it's creating these triangle edges in memory. So it sees that one. That's good. So it now keeps looking around and it looks over. Oh, okay, I see that one. So I'm going to draw this line up here. Okay. And we'll keep looking around. I see this one. Okay, I'm going to draw that line. So that has formed those edges right here based on this. Now it moves up to say this point and it does the same thing. It looks around itself and it sees that point. Okay, I'll draw that line in. It keeps looking around and it can't see this point now because this line was already created and it's in the way. So these break lines are basically lines that keep points on one side of it from looking across and seeing points on the other side. So it can't connect across to here. It's already got this line in the way, but it looks around and sees this point and there's already a line drawn there. So it doesn't need to create that one. It's already created for it. It then comes up to this point and it looks around itself. It sees this point. So it draws that line. It looks around over here, sees this point. That line's already there. So it doesn't need to do anything. It looks around, sees this point. It's already there. It doesn't need to do anything. Now, what does this little 4-point figure represent? If you think of these triangles as part of this overall surface, and these are the edges, and they go from these elevations to these elevations, and that forms a little facet of that surface. This represents, these are points at 110 elevation, and it falls off of that little edge to these lower points at 100. So this would be a ridge line at 110 with low points to the left of 100 and to the right of 100. Okay, now that same figure can be illustrated like this, in which case, let's say the computer started with this point first. It looked around, it saw this point, drew that one. It's the same as the last one. It sees this point and it connects that line. Sees that point, does that line. It goes all the way around. Now 110 can't look across and see this one because there's a line in the way. So what this figure would represent would be this valley floor at elevation 100 and it rises to the northeast to 110, it rises to the southwest at 110. So these triangles have these as high points, and they slope down to this bottom common elevation of 100. Whereas before, when it formed this way, that common line of 110 went here, and then it fell down to 100 and 100. So that's exactly the opposite configuration. Now, what we need to do when we're making our data is we need to know out there on the ground that, hey, I'm on a ridge line, or hey, I'm down in the valley on the valley floor. And so you need to pre-create or pre-draw 3D line information either along the ridge line, or in this case along the valley floor, to prevent these points from looking across it to this point. And when we think about that, when we learned about it in school in break lines, this is what confused me for the longest time. The books all told us that represented a break in grade. Well, it does, but these are all breaks in grade. But the concept always confused me because I was looking at it sort of 90 degrees from the way it was. So, like if I were cross sectioning this stream, this valley, and I came here with a point, I got a point, and I hit this bottom down here, I came up. I didn't recognize that as a break because I was thinking of my breaks as coming this way. So it breaks from here down to here and then breaks from there up to there. That's not the way to think of these. The break is actually the edge that you cross because that breaks the triangulation from this side looking across it to that side. So really the rule is right here, and there's our little light bulb in the text, that break lines are really nothing more than edges on what you're modeling. And if it's an edge on the ground, you need to make it an edge in the data set. Classic example, curbs. Now, a lot of surveyors will go out in the field and they gather up these curbs, and they'll just start spraying in points. They'll do a point down here. They'll get a back of curb, face of, or back of curb, top of curb, face of curb, edge of pavement, center line. They'll get all those together. Then they'll move down 25 feet or so and repeat the process: back, top, face, edge, center. And when those points are that close together in proximity out here and back here, usually you're okay by letting the computer do the triangulation. But there's no guarantee. And really, all they have to do is to get a point on the back of the curb somewhere. And the next point they need to get is not running a cross section and running a cross section. You just get a point here, and you go all the way down this to where the point, or to where this edge is going to change, either direction horizontally, or there's a change in it vertically. So those are the points you pick up, and you connect those points with lines. And then you do the same thing for this one and this one and this one. And you really only need those ends. And they can be, even if you've got this point down here and this point way up here, but you came here in the face of the curve and you got this little point and a little point over here, as long as these lines exist, these points are not able to look back and see these other points. So in this particular case, let's say the surveyors gathered up these points A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, H along these features. And if they did that in that fashion, if they don't pre-draw in these edges or let the computer do it through a process called field to finish, then here's what can happen. When the computer sits on this point A, it can look all around itself and start connecting lines. And it sees point E and it draws a line straight up to that and says, that's where the surface goes. But they're missing the fact that it needs to come down here first and come back up. So they've got this invalid triangle edge in here, but it looks and it sees G maybe, and it tries, and that's indefinitely wrong. It sees point C, and it can create that edge, and that's perfectly fine because that edge is along that gutter. Same thing with point B, it can see that. So if they don't draw those in, you're going to wind up with a situation like this, potentially. Point A can observe point E, it draws that invalid edge. C and B are correct, and B looks at C is correct, but C, looking back to G, cuts right through the concrete of the surface of the curb, so that's invalid. But G looking into F and looking at G, those are valid. F can see point C, that's valid. It can go to G across the top, that's valid. But it can't go from F down to B because it goes through the air, just like this A to E does. So the way to prevent that from happening is you pre-draw the lines that represent that edge of pavement, the face of curb, the top of curb, and the back of curb. And when those lines are pre-drawn, that prevents, say, point A from being able to see point E because there's a line in the way. So that's what we're doing is we're building barriers that we can, you think of them as vertically infinite walls that keep points on one side from looking across and finding point data on the other side of it. And that's all break lines are. That's all in the world they are. And what happens if you get triangles like this and they're invalid, you could even go back after the fact and add this line in here, say, as a break line, and then that will prevent this triangle from forming across it like this. It gives that up because you were saying, I'm going to add this as a break line, this face, and I'm going to use it instead of, to prevent. So A can no longer look over here and see point E. It can only see the points on this side of that line. And it could be a point within that line that it can also see, and that would be just as valid because the point C is in that line as well. So that's really the essence of it and all that break lines are. But they're very important to use. And there's a couple of classic uh, examples of, let me see if I've got a picture drawn in here of it. Um, Not really, but I can talk about it right like this. If you're trying to build a surface out of contours, which remember, contours are really the output of a surface definition. That shows you what that looks like along those lines of constant elevation. But sometimes it's all we have to be able to build an existing surface. So if I'm trying to say run down this crest line of this roadway or even down the valley edges, when I'm on this line processing, I see these points and I look around and I see points over here and I build triangles across. That's fine. But I get up in here and if I look across and see this edge of this same line and it forms a triangle in there, well, that triangle is flat. That's all the same constant elevation. So it's going to flatten out these features, especially up in here, something this drastic. It's going to see across here before it sees down to here. Okay. So you could prevent that if you drew the ridge line in first and said that's a break line. So now when this comes around here, it can't see across that line and connect to itself on the other side. It can only connect to this line or anything on this side of that line. Okay, so that's normally what we would do. And I've actually had situations where all I had were contours. I had to build a surface from it. And I actually went through and drew in all of my crest lines, all of my valley lines, the edges. But there's a shortcut that gives us a little bit of treatment there, and it's right here. On the surface menu, when you triangulate and contour your data, on this triangulate tab, you look down here at this adjustments for source data of contours. And right there is that minimized flat triangle. So what it's going to do is it's going to look at and it's going to form those flat triangles across here, but when it does it, it says, I want to minimize those flat triangles. So it looks at that, and then it also looks at, instead of crossing there, let's say if I connect over here, would I get rid of that as a flat triangle? And so it does that in memory. Now, it's not perfect, but it improves it greatly without you having to draw all of them, okay? The absolute perfect way to do it is to have all the break line data existing as part of our data set. Okay. So we are at the end of a whirlwind tour. Any questions that come to mind or anything that we maybe did not cover that you would like to see quickly? Everybody good?
Yeah, I think with those break lines, with that explanation, some of the things that I was having trouble with was in like deep ditches where you have lots of grade changes on the sides, not much at the bottom, and they just look kind of wonky by the time you put your contour lines in there. It didn't
Yeah.
really match up or anything, and I think I know how to fix that now.
Yeah. Well, here's a real quick example. You can even follow along with this. Is I'm going to, let me just save that, close it. If we open, let's open this file. Let's see if I get the right one here. Civil demo, design. Maybe we don't have it. Let me come up to fundamentals data set here. Let's look at, it's not, see what class I'm going to put it in. It's probably in survey. Let's see that. Yeah, here's one called field to finish on the fly. All right, now this is going to be a series of points. Let's see. Maybe open. Oh, that's the one. And let's erase. All the contour data. Okay, so here's now a series of points. And I look at these points and I see I got a bunch of points that say shot, shot, shot. They're all my shots, shot points. Uh, where is uh, let me not save that and reopen that. Do that on the fly. Let's see that one. No, I'm missing the points. Let me see. All right, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to select everything. I'm going to set, I'm going to draw, locate my points. Let's just draw them all. There we go. All right, so I've got a bunch of points, some of which say ground shot. And I've got these that say 17, 18, 18, and 17. All right, so I've got a bunch of points. Now, if I triangulate and contour this, let's go to my surface menu. Let me get out of hydro, back to civil. And if I triangulate and contour, I will make a file, and I'm going to call that one just EG-1. Save. I'll use no inclusions here. I don't need to worry about those now. And let's draw the contours. We'll just keep those set. We'll do it every 1 foot. And no need to label them. I just want you to see the contours. So if I do that, now I'm going to select the points. And there it's going to build my contours. And you see these little goofy looking things here?
Yeah.
Well, and if I look at that surface, you're going to see what that looks like. It's all really kind of stupid looking. They can even display our contours. Um, so you see, that's really not, it looks good up here, but nothing, things have really gone stupid out here. Okay. So what we need to do, and we're going to erase by layer again, we'll select those two. And what was this? Oh, that's my depression. Let's also get rid of those. Okay, so what we need to do is to recognize the fact that we've got a description on this point 17 and 18 and 18 and 17. Now, what this really represents is if I draw, I'm going to draw some 3D lines here from 17 up to 17, up to 17, up to 17. And I'm going to repeat that and go from 18, oops, so from repeated, go from 18. And when I'm saying these numbers, that's not point numbers. These are just the descriptions that I'm connecting up. So then 18. And then I do that again. We'll do these other 18s. Oops, wrong point. There it is, that 18, that 18, and that 18. And then finally, one last time, connecting up 17s on this edge. And so what we've got when we look at this structure, let's just grab these few things and look at our viewer. We see that, okay, those represent, let's put a little vertical exaggeration on that here. So you see those edges, that's the top of a bank, and that's the bottom of the ditch, and up here's the top of the bank up here. Okay, so those are the break lines that need to be created in the data to keep those other contours, remember, from that surface from going all crazy, because what happened was you wound up with points here. These might have connected, but you get us like this point over here can look straight across and see this point, and it might have created a triangle this way. Depends on how the processing gets done. So you could, spend an afternoon drawing those in, or we could, I'll have to switch to survey and do a little quick field to finish. And we're going to do this by using, we're going to edit these codes, see if I've got them 17 and 18. So I've got my code 17 set to draw a 3D polyline and connect all of those 17 points up, and the 18 will connect all the 18 points up. Okay. So when I say okay, it went through, and because the points were done in order and there's a little bit of some crisscrossing back in here that you would have to take out. Um, I'm not sure, we'll ignore that, but we'll now go and triangulate and contour this data now, because now I've created those lines. Keep the same file name, say okay. Yes, okay to overwrite. Grab my data, and now I do have a crossing right in here, zoom. All right, so let's get rid of that crossing segment. Let's erase by layers. And we'll eliminate this crossing segment here, here. And let's say that one should be okay. All right, so we'll triangulate and contour once again. Say okay, yes, it's okay. Right. We'll grab our data, and off it goes and makes our contours. Now look at the contours. They are, or even better, we can illustrate it just by looking at the surface. That's now that EG1. And now you can see I, in fact, have contours that run the ditch, and you don't have all that wonkiness there. Okay, remember what it was all jibber jabbered across, because now I've drawn in, and you can see the triangles that got formed. You see how they run down that floor of that ditch and up here on the ridge lines of the ditch? Or even better yet, let's add the uh, data. Can I freeze those? No, let's see. Let's add, sorry, not a surface. Let's add, we'll just add it all. And then we'll go to model, and I'm going to turn off the contour lines. Okay, so now those white lines, those are those break lines that the computer put in for us based on those point codes. And that's what kept, see, it's connecting all those edges up, and that's what kept the points from over in here, from looking across over here and trying to form a triangle edge. And that's why you got it the first time we looked at that file without the break lines. That's why it did all that really weird looking stuff with the contours, because the triangles formed across the airspace in there. And that's not what happened. So we have to put that edge in there. And so that is an edge on the ground. So we need to make it an edge in the data. And if we do that, that's all that's as complicated as break lines ever need to be. And you've got it understood. Okay. So that's the concept. Now we had a little bit of goofiness back in here with those that connected up. We could have, taken a little different approach to fixing some of those corners. But for the most part, you see the effects of having that break line in there that prevents the triangles from forming across them. So points up here can't look over here and see points back in here. Uh, Points that might be along the bank here somewhere, there weren't any, but they can't look across and see. Or this point at the floor of the bank can't skip this floor and connect up to that edge. Okay, so all of those break lines now have become barriers to those triangles from forming. So that's how that um, how that process works and why it works the way it does. Okay. Any other questions or issues? Everybody good? I think we call it a day. And so, because we've run over a little bit both days, Patrick, you're going to get the extra hour for your credit. So you will get 14 total PDHs. Let me ask you also for your, just for what gets printed on your certificate, in Ohio, you said you're a PE and a surveyor.
Yeah.
The survey, do you use like your name, comma, PE, PLS, or RPS? What's the designation?
It doesn't matter as long as I have a certificate. I mean,
Well,
as long as I have something that if they audit it, I usually use Patrick D. Lighty, and
well, yeah,
it's PEPS, but
PS. That was what I was getting at because in Pennsylvania we use PLS, Professional Land Surveyor, but you use a PS.
yeah.
So PEPS. Yeah. See, different states will designate those differently. And in fact, in Texas, when I worked down there, they used RPS for Registered Public Surveyor. So, there's
I
different
think
designations.
over in Kentucky they do like PLS.
Oh, okay. But your home state, you just use a PS. So I'll use
Yeah.
it, your name, PEPS, and that'll do it. And it's not a requirement. I just want to, be cognizant of and aware of whatever you normally have on your business cards, and we'll put that on your certificate as well. So the certificate would be equally valid with just your name, but I'll put that on there. And Sarah, I'll add EIT to yours, even though you're not required to have them yet. You can at least start your record because once you become registered, you're going to start having to do that every 2 years. And sometimes, maybe even most of the time, that usually happens in the month before the 2 years are up. People scramble around to get their PDHs. Um, and it's just the nature of the way it happens. Um, I'm
It's
pretty,
me right now.
yeah, and I'm pretty fortunate because when you teach the material that qualifies, which is what I do, you actually get, at least in Pennsylvania, you get triple credit. So every one of these classes, I've got so many hundreds of PDHs, I can't possibly use them all. And so I've never had to do much. Now, I have done stuff just because I might want to have a little bit of extra education on certain things, particularly like, watershed management, stormwater management, maybe basic uh, MPDES permitting, things like that. Um, but I've never really needed them. And in fact, in all my 40 years of practice, I've never been audited. So it's all been pretty
See,
fortunate.
over in Ohio here, you can only count like the first year you did or the first time you taught it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, it's just anytime if you participate there, you get triple credit here in Pennsylvania. So, yeah, that's, I mean, it'd be the same thing as if you took a class 1 year and you took the same class 3 years later, you get credit for it the second time you take it. It's same approach. But anyway, that's about that. If anybody thinks of any other questions or it occurs to you later, you've got my email, you got my phone number, get in touch. I can, give you any pointers and help you out. Again, you're going to get the certificates. In fact, I'll go ahead and stop our recording now. But you'll get